Good afternoon and welcome to Trial Watch with Demetra. I am Demetra Lit all day. This is the home of the Lit Lane Jury Box. Thank you for joining me on today. Today is Wednesday, January 8th, and we are just beginning this daytime trial watch. This is not Good morning, Winter. This is not the actual trial yet. This is actually going to be the preliminary hearing that's taking place right now in Michigan. This is a nationwide headlining trial. And of course, I want to give a trigger warning for sensitive um, subject matter. Okay. So I need to go ahead and say that. Let's jump into a news clip just to get a little familiar with the story. And then we're going to go right into with the daytime trials. I don't give as much commentary because I know during the daytime, a lot of people at work. But we're going to be watching this as it unfolds. That's why we start with the preliminary hearing. Let me get this clip real quickly. If you hadn't subscribed yet, please do so. Hit the bell. And at nighttime, we do the nighttime trial watch each night, Monday through Thursday at 7 p.m. Central Standard Time. Right now, we're reviewing the Georgia burn pile trial. So feel free to join us on that. And here's a new news clip to get familiar a little bit with the story or with this particular crime. Watch. Let's see.
Detroit Public Department, I should say Detroit Police took over the case from Detroit Public Schools Public Safety. This was not known. Nothing was known to the media until February 14th, Valentine's Day, when a massive search was underway. And then for months and months trying to find her, and then nothing.
The evidence shows overwhelmingly in this case that she is in fact deceased.
This is believed to be the last picture taken of 13-year-old Neziah Harris before she disappeared in Detroit on January 9th. Thursday, investigators announced homicide charges as well as criminal sexual conduct charges against 41-year-old Jarvis Butts, someone with a criminal record and someone known to Harris's family.
We suspected him from the beginning, considering his background and things like that we've heard about him.
Butts is being charged with homicide despite the fact that the teenager's body was never found. During Thursday's press conference, Wayne County Prosecutor Kim Worthy revealing shocking evidence.
You look at that face, and you do not see the horrors that she had gone through in her short life. The exploitation, the molestations, the sexual abuse, and the pregnancy that she was concealing. There's no evidence of anyone else being the father of that child other than the defendant himself, who we charged today. And he knew she was pregnant. We know that he was also searching for ways to abort the baby.
This is a story that has attracted a lot of attention. Detroit podcaster Mark DeAndre.
Even in March, when I was doing the podcast, I felt like I had this thing pretty much solved as far as, what came out today. I said this months ago as far as what the end result was.
Investigators say they have no plans to charge anyone else in this case.
I'm upset about that, and I would like to see charges being brought against those that knew, that were affiliated with him and knowing, and that allowed him to be around the children, knowing he wasn't supposed to be.
In a sad turn of events, Neziah Harris's father, Mervyn Jennings, passed away this summer.
Literally died of a broken heart. Unfortunately, he had congestive heart failure. He's already sick and got sicker going out looking for her.
I got a chance to interview her father back in March during an exhaustive search for her.
Okay,
Detroit
so
Public Department, I should say Detroit Police took over the case from Detroit Public Schools Public Safety. This was not.
So here and there throughout, I'm going to be bringing forth different news clippings and different stories that's been unfolding this whole time since this time last year. Again, this is a preliminary hearing for Jarvis Butts. He is the defendant in this case. He is being accused of SAN, abusing and exploiting Neziah Harris, who was 13 years old. He is 41 years old. From the information I've heard thus far, he also had a background in such acts. He wasn't a member, a family friend. He was literally a family member. a quasi uncle, an in-law uncle to Naziah Harris, who in fact was pregnant. Nobody has been found. Again, she's 13 years old, 8th grade. He's 41 years old. Good afternoon, Living. Thank you for joining. So we're going to jump right into this preliminary hearing. It's going to be a lot of just listening. And in the chat, very little interruption from myself. Okay. I think they're on part 4 of day 4 of the preliminary hearing. And we're starting back from the beginning. Okay. Living says the aunt knew his background and still chose to date him. Hey, Joy. Welcome to the Little Lane Jury Box. That's what we like to call our chat over here. Right. I think it may be hit the aunt who's going to be on the stand first. But I'm watching this with you guys, so let's see. It's one of the family members that's starting off here. All right, let's get into it. Let me take this down. Over here, we're not watching it live as it goes, but we are watching it from the beginning and slowly. So let's get started. I have it already pulled up. Let's see. All right. Fair usage, of course. Okay, so the lady there in the middle of the screen with the blue, that's who's finna take the stand. Again, this is a preliminary hearing. That's why it's looking like this. Watch your step, walking up the stairs.
Okay. Thank you. Could you state your name for the record? Annette Harris. And Ms. Harris, do you know someone or did you know someone by the name of Naziah Harris? Yes. And who is Naziah to you? My granddaughter. Are you her legal guardian? Yes, I am. When did you become her legal guardian? I adopted Naziah back in 2016. And that was court work or paperwork filed and all of that to legally adopt her? Yes, it took a process. Oh, yes. And back in January of 2024, did Naziah live with you? Yes. I don't want to know the specific address, but what street did you live on? Bedford. And is that in the city of Detroit, Wayne County? Yes, it is. How long had Naziah been living with you at that address on Bedford? Oh, wow. Yeah, basically, I mean, ever since I had her, since 2016? Well, we moved to another house. Okay, when did you move into the Bedford? Let me see. 2019, we moved in that house and then moved in the house that I am now, which is still on Bedford. Okay. And did Naziah make those moves with you? Yes. And in January of 2024, at that Bedford location, who else lived there? Just me, the kids. My other daughter lived with me at the other address. But it was just basically me and my kids and Shannon. And who is Shannon? My daughter. And what's her last name? Harris. And she lived with you and Naziah and the other kids at the Bedford location? At the first Bedford location. Okay. Yes. At that first Bedford location, how many other kids in addition to Naziah lived there? My other two, my grandson and my other grandchildren. Okay. So how many kids total in that house? 6 children. And you and Shannon, correct? Well, living there. Shannon, she was there, but she wasn't really like there all the time. Oh. She would spend more majority of her time at my house, but actually Shannon had her place out in Clinton Township. And when you were there, in January of 24. How old was Isaiah at that time?
January 24th, she had 13. She had her birthday in September.
And was she going to school?
Yes, she was.
What school did she attend?
J.E. Clark Preparatory Academy.
And is that also in Detroit?
Yes, it is.
Just generally, can you tell us about your morning routine with the kids, specifically Isaiah, of getting them to school and things like that?
Sure. Okay. 6 a.m. That's when I get the children up. They usually get up, get dressed, prepare themselves. About 7:15, 7:20, we're basically saying prayer and we're loading up in the car. I'm dropping them off at school at 7:30. Breakfast starts at 7:30, and they like to eat breakfast at school.
And does that include Isaiah? You would drop her off at J.E.
All together, yes.
Now, I want to talk about, let me ask it this way. Did you know someone by the name of Jarvis Butts?
Yes.
And do you see Mr. Butts in the courtroom today? If you need to stand up and look around. You need glasses?
Yeah, my
Okay.
brother has my glasses.
Okay, Judge, may I take a moment to get across?
Yes.
Okay, first one.
Thank you.
If you could just stand up and take another look around.
Okay.
Do you see Mr. Butts in the courtroom today? Could you point to him and identify a piece of clothing next to him? For the record, the witness has identified Jarvis Butts, the defendant in this matter. And may I approach the witness again?
Yes.
Approaching with what's already been admitted as People's 9. Ms. Harris, do you recognize the person in that photo?
Yes.
And who is that person?
Jarvis Butts.
And is that the same person you've identified in court here today?
Yes.
And Ms. Harris, how did you know Mr. Butts back in January of 2024?
He's the father of my daughter's children.
And is that daughter Shannon Harris?
Yes.
Okay. How many kids did they have together?
5.
And would he come around your house on Bedford in January or the months leading up to January?
Whenever he did come, he would always pull up in a white truck, and Shannon would go out to the car and they would sit and talk or whatever, but he would very rarely come in my house.
And during that time when he would come around and sit in his car, was there any times that he would interact with Messiah that you saw?
Not that I remember now.
Okay. Now I want to talk specifically about January 9th. You had described your morning routine with the kids. Did you follow that routine on January 9th?
Yes, I did.
And did that include dropping Messiah off at J.E. Clark 7:15 to 7:30?
Yes.
And can you tell us what she was wearing on January 9th, 2020?
Yes, she was wearing a pair of light powdered blue jeans with a light powdered blue jacket that had the black little fur around the collar. It was like a 2-piece set.
And did she have a sweater on or a shirt on or something?
She had a shirt, she wore a shirt underneath it.
And you remember, did she have any other clothes with her on the 9th when you dropped her off?
She had her, little, blue, sweatshirt with a little hoodie. She had that with her.
And do you know how or when she got that hoodie?
I bought that thing for her. I guess it was in a ball sometime. I bought it when I heard. I mean, it wasn't nothing new. It was just one of her old hoodie jackets she used to. She go to gym.
Okay. And in terms of, if you know, the condition of that hoodie on the 9th, was it torn, ripped, damaged in any way?
No, it was very good. Like, kind of like being new, but she took pretty good care of it.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
May I approach you?
Yes.
Approaching with people's proposed exhibit 12. Ms. Harris, do you recognize what I just handed you?
Yes.
And is that a picture of Messiah?
Yes.
And do you know when that picture was taken?
The same day, January the 9th, she took this picture.
Oh, move to admit people's proposed 12. Objection.
As people as well.
And when you dropped Messiah off at J.E. Clark, what was the routine supposed to be after school was over?
Okay, well, school is over, the bell rings at 2:40. Messiah, was due, to come home. Normally, when the bell rings, 2:40, 2:45, she's getting on the bus.
And was that's what she normally did on other days?
Mm-hmm.
Is that a yes?
Yes, I'm sorry.
And
yes.
what time would she normally arrive back at home?
The designer would be walking in through the door, maybe 3:05, no later than that.
And on January 9th, did she walk in at 3:05?
No, she did not.
And were you home when she didn't come home?
I was there for a little while, but I left out to run some errands. But no, when I got to the house, she was not there.
And at that time, did you have a conversation with someone else about her not coming home? Was I not coming home?
Yeah, when I picked my children up from the after school program, I went in and my daughter said,
Objection to what our daughter said. Hearsay.
I'll rephrase the question.
okay, so thank
Just talking about what you saw and heard, and not asking for what anybody said, but did you talk to Shannon, your daughter?
yes,
About
Shannon said she was not there.
Okay. When you got home that day on the 9th, was Messiah there?
No,
And did you eventually make a police report about her missing?
yes, I did.
And when did you do that?
That morning, when I got to school, I went up to drop the kids off at school. I talked with the dean and the principal, and I told them that I was on my way to the police station, and they told me that they would call the police, and the police, DPS police came there.
And you said DPS, is that Detroit Public Schools?
Yeah,
And did you talk to an officer at that time at the school?
yes, I did.
And was that at J.E. Clark physically at that location?
Yes,
And you said that morning, are you talking about the morning of the 10th?
yes. Mm-hmm.
Was Messiah active on social media, if you know?
Well, as far as I know, she was, I mean, there were times that she was snooping on and, but yeah, she was.
Okay. And did you keep track of her social media pages like TikTok or Facebook or anything like that?
I tried, a lot of times, I would take her phone and stuff from her, so, to keep her from being on there,
And after the 9th, did you ever see any posts made by Messiah?
I didn't see any posts. Most of the time, if there was a post or something, or she posts, my daughter or someone would call me and tell me.
Have you ever heard, after the 9th, any communication or seen Isaiah? When, is that a no?
No,
And when you dropped her off on the 9th at school at JD Park, was that the last time you saw her?
yes.
Hey, one moment, Trish.
Yes.
Just to follow up, I did forget to ask this. Her bus stop, how far from your house was that in walking distance?
5 minutes.
And do you know where the location that she got dropped off at was, the address or the intersection?
Right there, the 3 Mile Drive in Cornwall.
And that's 5 minutes from your house?
Yeah.
And did Isaiah have any nicknames that people called her?
Where her family called her, Tilly. But I've always called her Glamorous. I've been calling her ever since she was born.
Say glamour?
Glamorous.
Oh. Hey, one moment.
Yes. You said Tilly? Tilly. Mm-hmm.
I have another question.
Thank you for joining us here on Trial Watch with Demetria. Please hit the like. On the stand right now is the victim's grandmother. Preliminary hearing.
And you are Isaiah's maternal grandmother, correct?
Correct.
You're also her adopted parent, correct?
Correct.
And you said you adopted her in 2016?
Yeah, children, yeah, 16.
Okay. Is her birth mother still around?
She is.
Okay, does she have a relationship with her?
Yeah.
She doesn't have any type of relationship, no contact with her that you know of?
Well, let me say this, I don't deal with my daughter, so she really didn't have really no contact with Messiah like that. She only came around now and then.
And you testified that you currently stay on Bedford Street?
Yes.
And in fact, I think you testified you live on 2 houses on Bedford Street.
Correct.
And did not Desire have friends on Bedford Street that you were aware of?
She had friends, but her friends didn't live on Bedford.
Okay. Do you know if she ever had any friends over?
No,
Did she ever spend the night at any of these friends' houses?
no,
And at your prior neighborhood, did she have friends that she may have spent the night over?
no.
You indicated that there are approximately 6 children in the house.
Well, not now. When he asked me
At
about
that
the
time?
address,
Yes.
I lived at 2 houses, which is on the same street with Bedford.
Okay.
Okay, so the house that we lived in before, it was my children and my daughter's children.
Your daughter being Shane.
No, Marquita.
Marquita. Okay. And did Desire have any close relationship with any of these children particularly?
She was close with my granddaughter, one of my granddaughters, yeah.
Which grandmother is that?
Desire. I mean, Janine. All of their different names are similar.
Okay. And Janaya is Shannon's daughter?
Yes,
That would be Jarvis's daughter as well, correct?
correct.
Okay, so I don't plan on cutting in very much, but I got to cut in right now because things just got even stranger. Okay, so the victim in this case is Naziah. The defendant is Jarvis Butts. Hey, Lady T, welcome. And welcome to everybody who came in. Star Bell, Precious, Silver lining. Thank y'all for y'all support. So let's get this straight, right? So this is the grandmother on the stand. She had legal custody of her granddaughter, the victim, Naziah. Along with Naziah, 13 years old, in her household that she was raising, there's also 5 other children, other grandchildren. So a total of 6 grandchildren in the household. The grandmother, we have heard just now, had a adult, of course, daughter, Shannon, who didn't live there, but she was in and out the house frequently. Shannon, according to the grandmother, is the father of 5, not Shannon, Jarvis Butts is the father of 5 of Shannon's children. Okay. So I was a little bit like, okay, so who's the birth mother actually of Naziah? And right now, just then, she just said that Shannon is the birth mother of Naziah Harris, the victim. So does that mean that Jarvis Butts is also her father? Not just like a uncle-in-law? Wow. I'm gonna have to do. I'm very confused about that. From all indications, I thought he was an uncle of hers, not the father. So maybe if I just let it play, they'll get that cleared up. But that don't sound right. Let's see.
And like your Bedford Street address, how many adults live there?
Just me and Shannon.
Okay. When did Shannon?
I'm sorry.
When did Shannon move in to Bedford?
Oh.
That would be October of 23?
Yeah.
Okay. So in January of 24, she was there, correct?
Mm-hmm.
Sorry, is that a yes?
Yes, yes.
And you indicated that Naziah participated in social media?
She did participate in social media. She was on social media a lot of times when she wasn't supposed to.
Okay. So did you see her post or did you follow her post?
I didn't see her really posted anything. I mean, at times when I did check, I didn't find anything. And most of the time when she did post something, my daughter's leaving. She posted something.
So you don't know who her social media friends were?
The only person that I know that was one of her classmates.
Okay, he's not the father, and Shannon is her auntie. Got it.
One of his classmates.
But it's fair to say there are some things you did not know.
Yeah, well, something, yeah. Mm-hmm.
Now, you indicated that you drove Naziah to school every day, correct?
Correct.
Who else went to school with Naziah?
My other 2 children, Shannon's children.
Okay. And what type of student was Naziah?
Naziah was a very good student. Very knowledgeable, very outgoing. She got good grades. Her attendance was good. The teachers had no problem with her. They really liked Naziah. Naziah got along with just about anybody. She was very likable.
Did she have any disciplinary problems?
No.
Do you recall her ever getting into a fight?
She did.
One fight, more than one fight?
There was a young lady that she had a couple of consultations with in school. And it was like an ongoing thing. situation.
Okay, and when did this first start?
I'm not quite sure when it started, but it was like off and on, with this particular schooling that she had.
And this is for her current school, right?
Yes.
Okay. Now, did Desire participate in any extracurricular activities? Was she on band or anything?
She liked it, gym, robotics, art. I mean, she liked a lot of things that she was in.
And would any of these things cause her to have stayed after school?
The only time she stayed after school is when she wanted to be enrolled in the after-school program.
Just a moment.
Okay. So I'm getting a little bit more information now. I looked it up. So this is Annette Harris, her maternal grandmother. Shannon Harris is absolutely not Desir's mother. Okay.
We asked you about her social media. You said there were some things that you weren't aware of. Once you correct. Did you ever check her direct messages?
Like I said, I did, but when I did, there was nothing on there.
There was nothing. Okay. Did you monitor any of her conversations?
Yeah, I would, go check,
Okay.
but like I said, a lot of times, I took Desir's habit, from her, at one point, so there was really nothing that I knew of that she was on unless she got some like cell phone or something,
So you did mention that she had a tablet. How many devices did she have that allowed her to connect to social media?
She only had that one tablet that I called her. I said I took that tablet and put that tablet up.
So on January 9th, you took her to school, correct?
Correct.
And you said it was her and two of your other children that went to school?
My two other children and daughter's children.
And you said that you noticed that she did not come home at her normal time.
Right.
All right. You did not call the police then, correct?
No, driving around and looking for her. My daughter reached out to some of her classmates. I did, nothing. And that morning, I got up, and like I said, I went straight to the school. And from there, I was on my way to the police station to make the report, and they called the police from there. DPS police came to the school.
So the first report you made to the police was the next morning?
Yes.
Do you know approximately what time?
I got there, school starts at 7:30, so I got there at 7:30. They got there about, I don't know, maybe 8.
So you didn't go to the precinct, you went to the school, in the school hall?
Yes, they called the police because I was really ready to leave, and the dean said, no, stay here. She said, we'll call the police.
Now, you mentioned that you are familiar with Mr. Butt, correct?
I know Mr. Butts.
Okay, and he dated your daughter Shannon, correct?
Correct.
They did have 5 children, correct?
Correct.
And the children, did all the children stay with you and Shannon?
Yeah.
Now, I don't want to get too much detail on the kids. What were the mix, boys and girls?
Can you repeat that?
What were the mix of the kids, boys and girls?
Well, I have a boy and girl. And, Shannon has her 3 boys and 2 girls.
So she had 3 boys and the 2-year-old. And at any time, now, I think you did indicate that Mr. Butts would come over and I think you said he would rarely come in, correct?
Mm-hmm.
But he would come in on occasion, correct?
Not really on occasions, because most of the time when he came in, he would pull up in my driveway and my daughter would go out to the truck, and a lot of times the kids will go out to the truck. So it was very rare if he ever came in my house.
And you indicated that you were close, you were close with Naziah?
Yes.
Do you think of any reason that Naziah would not share information with you?
No, Naziah would come to me and talk to me all the time. If something was bothering her, or if she had a bad day in school, she'll come to me and we'll sit and talk about it. I always kept the door open for communication with Naziah and with really all of my children. So she always felt free, come to me and sit down and talk to me about whatever.
So if something was frustrating Naziah, she would come with you? If something,
That I know of, yes.
right, if something was scaring Naziah, she would come to you?
If something was bothering her or she was frustrated about something, she would come to me and say, hey, man, talk to you.
If there was any medical condition, she would come to you regarding that?
I believe she would, yes.
You take her to the hospital, take her to the doctor?
Yes.
Okay. Just a moment. Thank you. I have no further questions.
Ms. Harris, I just have a couple more questions for you. When Mr. Reagan was asking you questions, you said that Mr. Butts would come and sit in his car, right, outside your house?
Yes.
Then you said that the kids would go out to the car.
Yes.
Which kids would go out to the car?
His kids.
Would Naziah ever go with his kids out to the park?
If Shannon was out there, she would.
Oh. And Mr. Reagan also asked you about the tablet that he got for Naziah. Do you remember those questions?
Yes.
And when, if you can remember, narrow that down, when did you buy that tablet for?
I got that tablet for her one Christmas. I think it was in 22 when I bought that tablet, at the end of 22 when I bought that tablet for her.
So December of 22?
Yeah, I think when I bought that tablet.
So she would have had that tablet for roughly just over a year, correct?
Correct.
Oh. And did Naziah also have access to a cell phone?
The only cell phone she had access to was one of the cell phones when my oldest daughter came to visit me. She gave to Naziah, but she can only use it by Wi-Fi.
You said your oldest daughter, is that Naziah's biological mother?
Yes.
Oh. And through, what's your oldest daughter's name?
Kenya. Yes.
Through Kenyatta Harris, Naziah got access to a phone?
Mm-hmm.
Is that yes?
Yes.
Mr. Reagan also asked you about Naziah staying after school. You said that there was an after-school program she was involved in?
Yes.
On January 9th and in January of 24, was she still involved in that program?
No, I took her out of it because she was having problems with one of her schoolmates at that time. The same person that he asked me about before, but she didn't belong.
The same person Mr. Reagan's asking about.
Absolutely.
And so on the 9th, she was not supposed to stay after school.
No, she's supposed to come straight.
And when she didn't come home, you said that you were driving around looking for her, correct?
Yeah.
Can you tell us a little bit more about what efforts you made on the 9th to locate her?
When I went to the school to go pick my son and daughter up because they were also in the after school program, picked them up, went back to the house. I thought she was there, and when I got to the house and I found out that she wasn't there, I got back in the car and I went back up to the school. And by that time, nobody was there. Nobody was at the school. So now, I mean, I'm kind of like, I'm frustrated. Now I'm going like, because whenever she wants to stay after school or do something, she would always call me, hey, man, can I stay after school? Or she would call me, her TT, hey, TT, can I stay after school? So that wasn't like her. So I'm really frustrated now. So now I go back to the house and I'm talking to my daughter, Shannon.
I don't want to stop you right there because I don't want to go into what anybody else said.
Okay.
But you went back to the school. Nobody was at the school. You went back to the house. Naziah is still not there, correct?
Correct.
Did you go back out looking for her after that?
I did.
Oh, where did you go?
I was driving around in the neighborhood, everywhere. I'm just looking, just like hoping I'll see her,
Yeah, well,
Okay, just a couple of points while they doing that. I guess because of pride or something, and I'm not trying to be very judgmental, but hey, why is she trying to act like she was so well monitored? Obviously she wasn't.
When you were looking for her, well, let me ask it this way. Did you know Naziah to go to Mr. Butts' place of work to assist him with anything there?
Yes, there was a couple of times that she went with his daughter and they went up there to go clean up in the shop.
And how would they get it? If you remember?
He would come and pick them up.
And was that in that white truck that you talked about earlier?
Yes. Mm-hmm.
And did you yourself know where Mr. Butts worked at?
Yes.
Okay, do you know where is that?
It was a Frank's shop located on East Warren.
And is that the last place that you knew him to work? Or did you know he worked somewhere else?
I knew him to work there, and then the shop moved to a different location.
Did you know where that new location was?
Personally, no.
Okay. And did you ever, on the 9th, did you ever try and go to Mr. Butts' place of work to look for himself?
On the 9th, no.
Another criminal testing.
Just heard the don't testify. Watch your step. Okay.
So before the next witness comes up, we just heard from Annette Harris, the maternal grandmother of the victim, Naziah Harris, who was 13 and at this point, even though her body hasn't been recovered, she's assumed deceased. Okay, and this is the preliminary hearings before the trials take place against Jarvis Butt. What we know so far from just what we watched, this last 47 minutes or so.
First, I would like to move for the admission of both proposed exhibits 15 and 16, pursuant to MRE 8036. They are certified records of.
Okay, so while they're getting through that part, we know that Naziah was 13 years old. She's assumed unalive. We know that she was living and was in the custody legally of her grandmother, who just took the stand, Annette Harris. It was 5 other children, grandkids in the household. So it was a busy household, busy, she had a lot on her hands. What we learned so far is that Jarvis Butts, the defendant, was in fact known to the family, very well known, I would think, seeing how he had dated Shannon, Naziah's aunt, and had 5 children with her. Okay. Thank you, VA Sagittarius, and welcome to Trial Watch with Demetra. home of the Lit Lane Jerry box. Okay, so that was that testimony. I'm going to do a lot more research on this. I was always familiar with this case a little bit, but I didn't know it was starting so soon, and I didn't really research it very deeply because I'm finna get ready for another trial. But here comes another witness, and I do believe this is going to be Shannon, the aunt of the victim, the girlfriend and baby mama of the defendant. Let's get back to that. Hey, Mr. F219, you just got to go back and watch one witness. But come on, let me get it. The volume up.
Thank you. Good morning. Could you please state your name for the record?
Shannon Harris,
And
Okay.
Ms. Harris, how old are you?
31.
And back on January, or in January 2024, where did you live?
With my mom. Resides with my mom.
With your mother? Okay, who's your mom?
And then Harris.
And without telling me the exact address, what street did you live on?
Yeah.
And do you have any children?
Yes.
How many kids do you have?
5.
And do all your kids have the same dad?
Yes.
Who's their dad?
Jarvis Butts.
And do you see Jarvis Butts in the courtroom today?
Yes.
And can you point to him and tell me the color of the clothing that he's wearing?
Green. Green.
Green. Your Honor, with the record of life, witnesses identified the defendant in this case.
So reflective.
Thank you, Judge. And you said your mom's name is Annette. Do you have any sisters?
Yes, 2.
What are their names?
Kenyatta Harris and Marquita Harris.
Are they older, younger, or something else?
Other, Marquita is a twin. She's my twin, the same age.
And Kenyatta is older?
Yes.
Do you have any nieces or nephews?
Yes.
Do you know someone named Neziah Harris?
Yes.
What's your relationship to her?
My relationship to her, she is my niece from her aunt.
And whose daughter is she?
My older sister is Kenyatta Harris.
And did you have any nicknames for Neziah?
Yes. We all call her Tuda.
And is that Tudda?
Yes.
And did Neziah ever know Jarvis through you?
Yes.
And when did Neziah and Jarvis first meet?
When she was little, like age 2.
And can you kind of describe the relationship between Neziah and Jarvis?
Should be just the uncle and the niece relationship, no more than that.
How often would Jarvis be around, like at your house with you?
He will call or say, can he come see the kids, or the kids will ask him to see their dad, and he will come pull up either to my house where I used to live or at my mother's.
Would Neziah ever be around?
All the kids will be around.
To your knowledge, would Neziah ever text Jarvis?
From my knowledge, no, unless I will have her to text.
But to your knowledge, you didn't know of any kind of separate outside relationship?
No.
Would there ever be times where, where did you know Jarvis Butts to work?
Pardon?
Where did you know Jarvis Butts to work?
Where did I know him to work at?
Yes.
He worked at 2 different locations. The first location would be on East Warren, and the other location would be on Gresham.
And what were those locations?
Those are the auto repair shop.
Okay. Would you ever know Neziah to help Jarvis Butts at his shop?
Yes, we will call me and say, hey, if I can get our daughter and Neziah, I'm gonna work up at the shop. And I would say, let me ask my mom first regarding Neziah.
And which daughter of yours would that be?
That would be my oldest, Janaya.
would you ever know Naziah to go to Jarvis's shop alone?
No,
Whose birthday is on or around September 26th?
that's my oldest, I'm sorry, my fourth oldest birthday.
Do you recall a birthday party on September 26th of 2022?
Yes,
And was Jarvis there?
no,
Okay, and that would have been his son's birthday party?
yes.
Were there ever times that you would text Jarvis off of a text now number?
Only time I would text Jarvis off the text now number is if my phone is off. Other than that, no.
And do you recall the numbers that you would text Jarvis from?
Yes,
Okay, and does a 586-510-5161 sound familiar?
yes.
And what number is that?
That used to be my old number.
And is that number that you would text Jarvis from?
Yes,
And what about a 586-842-4504
that was the number before this number.
before the 510 number?
Correct,
Okay, and is that a number you would also text Jarvis from?
correct.
And what number did you have for Jarvis Box?
The 313-585-8719.
And did you have any numbers for Naziah?
It was a funny looking area code. The area code was a 231.
I want to show you some messages from People's Exhibit 16. And ask you some questions about them, okay? You're in a man approach? Yes. I'm going to direct you to messages on or about June 27th, 2023. Do you recall those messages? Did you send any of those messages to Jarvis Box?
No,
And do you know the phone number here that's highlighted? Whose phone number do you know that to be?
Jarvis, what?
Okay, and you don't recall ever sending any of those messages?
No,
And now I want to direct you to messages from June 28th, 2023. How about any of these? Did you send any of these to Jarvis Box?
no,
What about any messages?
Thanks for joining, Sean.
July 2nd, 2020. Did you send any of those messages?
no,
What about messages from August 26th, 2023. Sent any of those Jarvis Butts?
I'm sorry, you said 26.
August 26th.
No, these are my messages.
Did Jarvis Butts ever tell you that Messiah texted him to meet up on January 9th, 2024?
No,
Did you tell Jarvis Butts about not being able to locate Messiah on January 9th, 2024?
yes.
And tell me, how did you tell him that?
I called him, he didn't answer. I sent him a message asking him had he seen Twitter in whereabouts. And he said no Twitter, and he responded back.
I didn't hear what you said, the last part.
I texted him, well, first I called him, he didn't answer. The second time I sent him a message, still no Twitter. He replied back, oh, wow.
Okay, thank you.
And may I approach?
Yes.
And just for record references, I'm showing her what's going to be proposed, People's Exhibit 48. Ms. Harris, that those text messages that you just referenced, do you see those on this page?
Yes.
And so it's fair to say you stated to Mr. Butts, well, first of all, whose phone number is this at the top?
The phone number is my old phone
Okay, and who is the phone number below that?
number, Jarvis Butts.
Okay. And is this, I guess, is this fairly and accurately represent these two messages? Six messages sent between you and Mr. Butts on January 9th, 2024 through January 11th, 2000.
The first page is, yes, it's correct. Second page is correct. Yes.
And so on January 9th, like you had indicated before, you had stated that you told them that there was still no touch.
Correct.
Okay, and you said he responded, oh, wow.
Correct.
And on January 11th, is I still missing?
Yes.
Okay, and did you ask Mr. Butts to do something?
Yeah, at that point, I just asked that if she's going to read the text message, she just indicated it.
No, no. It is fairly and accurately represent text messages between you and your phone, to Jarvis and his phone, between Mr. Becker. Come from
This is Shannon Harris, who is on the stand now, the victim's aunt.
January 21st of 2024. These fairly and accurately represent text messages
Yes.
between your phone to Mr. Butts and his phone.
Yes.
Your Honor, with the admission of people's proposed exhibit 48. No objection.
Thank you.
Thank you. So on January 11th, did you ask Mr. Butts to do something?
Yes.
And what is it that you asked him to do?
I asked him, can he share, the missing flyer on his Facebook page?
Okay, and did you send him a copy of that missing flyer?
Yes.
And to backtrack just a little bit, on December 3rd, 2023, do you recall sending messages asking Mr. Lutz if he needed Neziah for anything?
Yes, I do remember.
Okay. So do you remember this text on the first page of People's Exhibit 48?
Yes, I do remember this message.
Okay. And did you send that message?
Yes.
Okay. And what did the message say?
To the said, do you still need her? To,
Okay. And do you know what was that referring to?
it was, Tilla had asked me to contact Jarvis and see if he still needed them.
That would be to clean up his shop?
Yeah.
Okay. And to fast forward, on January 21st, 2024, you sent some messages to Mr. Lutz. Is that fair to say?
Yeah.
Okay. And can you read these last 3 messages?
The first 3 messages is, to be honest, these messages that seem into the inbox to you, I really don't know what to believe anymore. Still, Ray Ramon, I mean it. The next message is, I don't know what to say, or Tilla is since this shit doesn't sit right with me, call it what you want, I'm good, period. This is, this for life. Nigga, I thought about it, and you can pass it. And don't call me, no need to explain shit. I already see it.
Okay. So you were referencing some messages that you saw in Tilla's inbox.
Correct.
Tell me, how did you see some messages? First of all, where are these messages, where were they at?
The day of, Officer Gardner came to pick up Neziah's tablet. My mom asked me to put it on the charger. I put it on the charger. Officer Gardner, well, after that, Officer Gardner called and said she's on her way.
You're saying.
Without saying what?
Okay, I'm sorry. The officer had called and said that they was on their way.
Still hearsay?
The tablet.
Okay, so,
The same, as far as yours.
yeah, thank you, Judge. Okay, continue.
So the tablet, before the tablet was picked up, I looked inside Tilla's tablet. She has 2 passwords that I normally know. So one of them is referenced for her brother's birthday, and the other one is referenced for my password. So I put the first password in, it didn't work. So I put the second password in. So the first thing I went to was Instagram, which I was scrolling. And I seen Jarvis Buck's Instagram page. I clicked on his page and I seen 2 messages.
Okay, and what were the messages that you saw? Who were they between, first of all?
Neziah, my niece, and Jarvis.
Okay, and what were the messages that you see?
It was roughly 2 messages that I have seen that I can recall. States.
I'm gonna object to this as hearsay. They have not been admitted, and the messages themselves will be the evidence.
Were they of any, were the messages of a sexual nature?
No.
Okay, and you said you saw 2 messages.
Yes.
Okay, did you see anything else?
It was 2 sent pictures, but you can't really make anything out. There wasn't nothing there, but it was a picture was sent.
Okay. What did seeing those messages, what did they cause you to do?
Well, when I see no messages, I called him.
Who's that?
Jarvis was.
Okay.
Called him while he was at work, asked him, what is these messages I seen between you and my niece? And he said, what messages? Said it's 2 particular messages that states out in this picture. And he stated that, I don't know, these messages, I told him what the messages were, and he said it was probably our children's messaging. And I stated no, because I know how our children will text.
Okay. And reading those messages, is that what caused you to text
Mr. Lutz, yes.
Mr. Lutz in that you've seen the messages in the inbox, and you don't really know what to believe anymore?
Correct.
Okay. So, Sharon, I want to take you back to January 9th. Were you home that day?
Yes.
Okay. And did you see Naziah that day?
I seen her just, that morning, correct.
Okay. And do you remember what she was wearing at all?
Her coat and her uniform at the time, she had on some blue jeans. I don't really recall the outfit. I just know the coat.
Okay. And what was the coat that she had on?
She had on is a 90s coat with all the characters on it.
And you recall seeing her wearing that the morning of January 9th?
Correct.
And Your Honor, may I approach, we'll already admit it, exhibit 2?
Yes.
To show you was exhibit 2. You tell me, do you recognize a coat in this photo?
Yes.
And whose coat do you recognize that?
Naziah's.
Okay. Now, after you were when you saw Naziah that morning, what did you do the rest of the morning?
Nothing, I was at home with my mom and my 2 children.
And do you ever leave the house at any point that day?
No, I was at the house the whole entire day.
And do you know what time Naziah would normally get home from school?
On certain days, she will stay for after school, and then on certain days she will come home. The days she will stay for after school is 6. And the days that she don't is 7.
And on January 9th, do you know if Naziah had the after school program?
Yes, at that time, my mom took her out of the after school program. So she will come home directly at 3 o'clock.
Okay, and were you home at 3 o'clock?
Yes.
And did you see Naziah come home?
No.
Okay. And did you see her come home at all the rest of the night?
No.
Okay. Did you leave at any point after 3 o'clock?
No.
Did you, when Naziah didn't come home, did that cause you to experience or feel any type of way?
It did. When she didn't come home is when my mom went to go pick up the other 2 children from the after school program. They knocked on the door and they had asked questions that.
Objection, sounds like you're saying.
You have a response or?
A question isn't hearsay.
I think she said.
Just a question?
Yeah.
She was getting ready to say a question. Okay.
What was the question?
The 2 children had asked me, Mom said, did you,
That's the hearsay.
did Naziah come home?
The hearsay is mom said.
Okay, so were you asked directly whether Naziah came home?
So my mom was in the car, I was inside the house. They was coming to the house, walking up to the door. When I opened the door, they asked me, Mom said, did Naziah come home? I said, no.
And was Naziah home at all?
No.
Okay. And did you do any sort of looking for Naziah that night?
Yes.
What did you do?
I called my twin sister. I called some of her friends that I know that stays close by. If they had seen Naziah, heard from Naziah and everything. And when I reached out to my sister, she said no. Her friend said no. So after that, I asked my mom if she wanted me to call police. She said no, she will take it up in the morning.
Tammy, did you know desire to have a pair of red and black Nike shoes?
Yes.
And if I showed you a picture of them, would you be able to identify them?
Yes.
Or may I approach? Yes. And for the record, this is going to be from people's proposal exhibit 14, and it'll be picture 34. Do you recognize these shoes?
Yes, that's a pair of shoes that mom bought for her birthday.
Now, back on the 9th, you said your mom was going to file a police report in the morning.
Sure.
Okay. Did you go with her to file a police report in the morning?
No, it was my older sister.
Okay. Did you do anything on the 10th as it relates to trying to find Isaiah?
Yes, we went out, I and some others went out to go get some pictures, made copies. We went to the stores, got shop flyers and everything that we need to do. Now, what was actually to do.
And since January 9th, 2024, have you seen Isaiah?
No.
Have you, since January 9th, 2024, have you heard from Isaiah?
No.
Nothing for that this time, Judge. Thank you, Judge. Ms. Harris, I'll have some questions.
Welcome to everyone who came in. Thank you for
You and
joining.
Mr. Butts have been, or you've known him for about 12 years?
Correct.
And fair to say that you were in a dating relationship with him most of that time? But towards the end, like last year, it was more off and on, fair to say?
No, it was on and off for years.
For years, okay. But you have 5 children with him?
Correct.
And this relationship that you had with him, even towards the end when it was on, it was a sexual relationship, right? Sometimes you go to a hotel to have sex with him?
Correct. Yes.
And that hotel was the Park Rest Inn?
Or sure.
There was more than one.
Yes.
Okay. But one of them was the Park Rest. Said yes.
Correct.
And that's in Harper Woods?
Correct.
On Harper?
Correct.
Okay. Do you know if Mr. Butts, or do you suspect that Mr. Butts has taken other women to those motels also?
Correct.
You do?
Mm.
I believe you said that you have, of your 5 children with him, 2 are girls?
Yes.
And 3 are boys.
Correct.
And in January of this time, well, January 2023, you were living with your mother on Bedford, correct?
Correct.
Prior to that, were you living in Clinton Township?
Correct.
When did you leave the Clinton Township home and move to the Bedford home?
October 23.
So there were times when you were in Clinton Township that Mr. Butts would travel out there to see the kids.
Correct.
And then when you moved to the Bedford address, he would go to the Bedford address to see the kids.
Correct.
And then the Bedford address is when Isaiah was also living there, correct?
Correct.
And I believe you just testified that on January the 9th, you were living at that house on Bedford, and you were there during the day.
Correct.
And so were you one of the first people that realized that Nazaya did not come home when she was expected to be home?
No, I didn't realize it until I had got a question, by the other kids that asked that I have Nazaya came home with me or have, and I said no.
Do you remember what time that was in the afternoon?
That was in the evening, my mom picked them up, 6 o'clock.
So that was about 3 hours later than she normally should have been home.
Correct.
Was that surprising?
Yes, it was. One, we thought that she was at the after school program. But it didn't dawn on no one until my mom came back to the house and she wasn't here or she wasn't in the car when they had gotten.
So when you all realized that she wasn't at school and she wasn't at home, was that surprising?
Yes.
But you didn't go to the police that night.
No,
She ever not returned home previously?
no, this is her first time ever doing this.
Did she have friends in the neighborhood that she would go visit?
Yes,
And you said, are those the folks that you contacted to ask?
yes.
We're just shown a pair of red and black Nike shoes, right?
Correct.
And you identified those shoes as being Nazaya's shoes. Is that correct?
Correct.
It's a shoe that looks like the shoe that Nazaya is wearing, right?
Correct.
You can't say for sure that that exact
Yes.
shoe came from Nazaya, is that fair to say?
Correct.
And I think you testified that very rarely would you ever use text now to contact Mr. Butts.
Right.
Only if your phone was turned off,
Right.
and that was not very often.
Right.
Would Nazaya ever have access to your phone to use it?
Yes, now she will ask, hey, TT, can I see your phone? Sure, I would not, yes.
And so would she text from that phone?
Probably, yes.
Did you ever notice any text from
No,
her on your phone?
no.
Did you ever notice that she had used your Text Now app?
No, the only time when, I would notice something is say if me and Jarvis would, we won't be on the same page, eye to eye, and I would call him and say, why you will call me, or like, why you continue to keep calling me? And I would say, I haven't called you all day, or in 2 days. And I would go ask my kids, like, hey, are y'all calling me like that? Because I haven't called him.
And until you looked in Nazaya's Instagram account, did you ever notice anything on your phone that caused you to be concerned between Nazaya and Mr. Butts?
No.
Mr. Buttsby said would come to the house to see his kids. He would drop them off at the house sometimes. He would take them places.
Yes.
He would pick Janaya up from there.
Like he, depending on like if he will pick up the kids, if I need him to pick up the kids from the pick up or drop off spot, for school, he will do that, yeah.
And then take them either to Clinton Township when you live there, or to the Bedford Street address.
Correct.
Okay. But most times he wouldn't even come to the house, right?
He will come to the house, he will call me first before he will come.
Would he come into the house physically, or would he sit in his truck outside?
50%. He will sit in the car and wait till the kids come outside, or he will knock on the door.
Okay. Would he be in the house for any length of time?
Only if I'm inside the house.
Like he was visiting with you?
Yes.
So you never knew a time that Mr. Butts would have been alone in the house with Nazaya?
No.
Can't think of a time when he had been in the house and had gone down to the basement with her?
No.
Or any other room in the house alone?
No.
Would Mr. Butts have ever been at that house if another adult, like you or your mother, weren't there?
He will, what you said,
Would Mr. Butts ever be at the house if, you or your mother weren't there?
no, it will be me or another person.
The idea that anything was going on between Mr. Butts and Isaiah is shocking to you, right?
Correct.
You had no idea.
No,
You never noticed anything between Isaiah and Mr. Butts that made you concerned.
no,
You never saw any inappropriate behavior.
not at all.
You didn't notice Mr. Butts paying any special attention to her.
No.
Certainly, if you had noticed that, that would have caused you concern.
It would have raised a whole bunch of red flags.
Likely you wouldn't have invited him into the house, correct?
Correct.
You found it hard to believe even that Mr. Butts would hurt Isaiah.
But I won't know. I don't know, what he will do if a person's back is up against the wall.
But the thought of that was hard for you, at least at one point, to believe, correct?
Sure.
Now, during the time that you and Mr. Butts were together, he had children with other women,
Correct.
pretty consistently with other women,
Correct.
more than one woman.
Correct.
Some of those women you actually knew about, correct? They lived kind of even in the same neighborhood on the east side. But you suspect that there were women that you didn't know about?
Correct.
Even one that lived, or more than one that lived over on the west side?
Correct.
You believe he was going out there to see somebody around the end of 2023, January 2024?
Correct.
Before January the 9th, you had a conversation with Naziah about a location on Outer Drive in Belfort,
Yes.
and that was surprising to you, right?
Correct.
That's on the east side of Detroit.
Yes.
Did you end up giving her directions on how to get to that location?
Yes.
Why did you give her directions?
I was just getting out the shower and just getting myself together. She asked me, she said, "Hey, TT," she said, "where is, Balfour and Iron Drive?" And I told her, I said, "You know exactly where Balfour and Iron Drive is at." I said, "Iron Drive is right where the, wine basket at," and I said, "You know where Balfour is." And she was like, "I get Balfour and Bedford mixed up." So I said, "You already know Balfour is before Bedford." So she said, "Okay." She said, "Because we are in school and we are learning about our surroundings." So I said, "Okay." But that was the only two things that she had, was where was on my job in Balfour.
Does that location have any special significance to you?
No,
Do you know anybody at that location?
no, the only thing that I'm used to, I'm familiar with is just picking up Jarvis. How to drive in Belfort. It's just on the corner.
On the corner?
Mhm.
Not at an address?
Not on the dress.
When was this conversation that you had about that location? Do you recall?
This was right before, this island.
Like how soon before? Weeks?
Maybe like, it was still like in that same week. She went missing.
Mr. Butts didn't have his own vehicle, fair to say.
No, he didn't.
He generally used,
His female vehicles.
did you know Mr. Butts to park at one location and then walk to another to kind of try to remain undetected?
Pretty much, yes.
So would it be not out of the ordinary for you to have to pick him up at a random, or what seemed to be a random location to you?
Correct.
You lived with Naziah for, you said, from about October until January the 9th.
Correct.
So you spent a lot of time around her?
Yes.
You knew her mannerisms?
Yes.
Her demeanor?
Yes.
Her moods?
Yes.
Did anything strike you as out of the ordinary about how she was acting at any point in time in December or January? before she disappeared?
No, Desire, nothing has changed, her character, none of that, she was just the same on Desire. Nothing was different.
Messiah has a brother, right?
Yes,
Is it an older brother?
yes,
No, he had run away in 2023, is that right?
yes.
Is it something that had bothered her or something that she was feeling at the time? Could cause a change in her demeanor? She did have a brother that ran away,
Correct.
and was that something that she struggled with?
She didn't like that her brother was running away. Yes, she didn't like it.
Around the same time, around the time, December, January, was her mother supposed to come visit, her biological mother?
Yes.
Did she end up coming to see Naziah?
Yes.
She did. Did Naziah seem to have some big emotions about that contact?
Yes.
Is it complicated here to say?
Yes.
Did she talk to you about that?
All the time.
Did you notice anything? You said you didn't notice anything in a change in mood. So,
No.
what about physically?
No.
I don't have anything else, thank you.
Did you go to the Park Crest Inn on January 9th, 2024?
No.
And fair to say, you knew of Mr. Butts having other female friends.
Yes.
And even some that you didn't know about. Okay, so would it be fair to say that you don't always know, or you didn't always know what Mr. Butts was doing?
No.
You couldn't account for his whereabouts every minute of the day?
No.
Did you know him to, one of those cars that he would use, did you know him to have a white Escalade type truck?
Correct. Yes.
And you were asking questions about Outer Drive and South. Fair to say, what I gathered, the only connection you have to that area is Jarvis House.
Correct.
Okay, so he's the only one you would associate with that area.
Correct.
And you knew Mr. Butts to have other children?
Correct.
Okay, and you knew him to clearly have gotten other women pregnant?
Correct.
And to your knowledge, were all those women adults?
To my knowledge, yes.
Did he, to you, ever hide getting another woman pregnant?
No.
Nothing further, Director.
Okay, so we're about to get into it, y'all. We are about to get into it. Let's go ahead and pause it here. Again, welcome to my channel. I am Demetra Lit All Day. This is Trial Watch with Demetra. And this case kind of took me by surprise. I really had no intention of really diving into it and doing a trial watch. This is actually the preliminary hearing phase. The preliminary exam, it's actually called. You see at the top there. Now, I became familiar. I actually thought this case had been tried because I saw an interrogation in 2023 of the defendant about this case. So I was totally kind of shocked to see that the trial hadn't happened yet. Okay, that's why I'm not as prepared for this trial watch as I normally would like to be or have been or was becoming. But trust and believe, I will be doing the proper footwork and research on this. Let's get into what we do know. Okay, so the person who just left the stand was Shannon Harris. Okay, well, no, let's get the victim. Okay, the victim. This happened in Detroit, Michigan. The victim is to the right there, Naziah Harris. At the time of the crime, or the time when she came up missing, she was 13 years old. Okay, her body has not been recovered. So this is a no body case. Her body has not been recovered. She came up missing January 9th, 2023. So very recently, they bringing it to trial real fast. January 9th, 2023, she did not come home from school where she was dropped off to school by her grandmother. We just heard in testimony, for some odd reason, we just heard from the auntie that they didn't call the police that night. Well, I guess we'll find out more about that or the reasonings. But anywho, she came up missing. Her body has not been recovered. To the left there is the defendant, Jarvis Butts. Jarvis Butts at the time was 41 years old. Or he's 41 now, but obviously, okay, adult. Okay. I'm hearing a lot of talk and under the impression that he had a previous record of child SA and abuses. So I'm going to research that and get the actual facts on that. Okay. So we heard first from today Annette Harris, the maternal grandmother of Zanaya, who had custody and guardianship of Zanaya, raising her there in her home. In the same home with the victim, Shannon Harris, who just left the stand, lived there with her 5 children. Okay. Shannon Harris, who just left the stand, is the baby mama of the defendant, the accused, Jarvis Butts. The auntie has 5 children with this man. Okay. That's the victim, Naziah's maternal aunt. The auntie is is sisters of the child's actual mother. Okay. They sisters. This is her sister child. And she has 5 children with this man who has other outside children. Now, she stated when she first hit the stand that she had been involved with him over all these years, of course, 5 children, and that he has been involved or around or known of Naziah since she was 2 years old. So she knew this man in what was supposed to be an uncle-niece type relationship situation all her life. Okay, all her life. Now they're saying, and it's been indicated that Naziah was pregnant at the time that she came up missing. It's also alleged that they have evidence that shows that the defendant knew of her being pregnant and also They're supposed to have evidence that's going to come forth in the actual trial of him having found out that she was supposed to be pregnant and having done searches and research, internet searches of how to abort the baby. Okay. It's supposed to be a lot of evidence of text messages and all type of things that absolutely indicates and let us know, let the state know that they had an inappropriate relationship that had gone on for over a year or so. Exactly. They're absolutely stating that the motive in this case was to hide the pregnancy. And there was no indication, as far as what they're saying, that she was involved with anyone else and that it would actually absolutely have been his child. Okay. So that's what we know as far as the Lit Lane jury box. That's what we know so far. I'm going to do a lot of research as far as I want to know his background, his criminal background. Y'all already know I'm going to get all over it. I want to know his criminal background. I want to know and have more of a timeline for everything. So I'll definitely have that. Because it looks like, this is the daytime trial watch we're going to be covering. And even though this is the preliminary hearing, this is the first one here for us that I'm watching. But I'm invested. I'm invested, right? So you guys, this will be the trial that I'm covering. I'm saying trial, but this is the preliminary hearing. But we're gonna go ahead and just go ahead and follow this case. This is the case I'm gonna follow this during the daytime. And at nighttime, right now, we're currently following an old trial that's already done. But we do have we're doing that at night at 7 p.m. same channel, 7 p.m. Central Standard Time. We're covering the burn Powell trial, and we're taking that really slow, the best of that trial. I was preparing. The reason why I think this skipped my missed my radar is because I've really been deep diving into and getting prepared for the Jamaria Sessions trial. Okay, so the mother did not live in the house. The grandmother had custody, so we don't know exactly what her situation, what lifestyle was, but we did hear during this sitting, when the grandmother was on the stand, we did find out that the grandmother said that she does not have a relationship with the actual birth mother, her daughter. I think her name was they got a daughter named Makia. That's not the mama. Her mama name was I couldn't quite catch the name they said, but I will get it. I couldn't really catch the name on just listening. Okay. Right. I think this one's going to be rough too. Obviously, anytime it's with these children victims. And I think that's another reason why I wasn't really following close to this, because, my intentions are to kind of space out the trials with the children, right? Victims. And like I said, I knew already that I was going to be covering like in depth, Jamaria's Sessions in Florida. Okay, clarity. The lady testifying was the sister of the victim's mother. Was the sister. Exactly. No, don't feel stupid. Lady Steph, hey, for anyone who knew and just now finding this channel, I know I tend to be a little bit more prepared than this. So I'm sorry, but we will be more together by tomorrow. But yes, absolutely. Okay, absolutely. The lady who just got off the stand was the auntie of the victim. And pretty much the reason, the connection between the accused and the victim, because she is the actual mother of 5 of his children. Okay. So let's see here. This is aisle 43. I really intend on this from going like maybe 3 hours during the daytime, and I'm not busy or nothing like that. So I'm gonna come on 11, at 11 and get through this hearing deal. I want to get through this first day with the stuff. So let's get to the next witness here. Let's see. And I'm also gonna try to bring in a better viewpoint. Hold on. Let's see if they got another witness. Who it is? Let's see. But for right now, I got this one, and this seems to be the actual court camera. One moment. I'm trying to get to the next witness. Okay, somebody on the stand with a big head. Huh. Okay. Let's see. And I have a news report article pulled up too that kind of gave the listing of who these witnesses is. So let's see what they're talking about. Let's get a look at Jarvis.
Judge, that'll be me, and at this time, people would call police officer Derek Wolf.
They didn't change the position of the camera. Okay, so they just called the they call him the policeman Eric Wolf. It looks like we're gonna have a different viewpoint now. I'll be coming on at 11 o'clock for the daytime trial watch, 11 a.m. Central Standard Time. And I'll try my best to have them scheduled. Okay. And at nighttime, I come on each night, Monday through Thursday with a trial watch at 7 p.m. Central Standard Time. Well, definitely join us. Doing at nighttime, we're doing the burn trial. We're doing this slowly, the best of. The lit lane jury box is what we call ourselves over here. And we tend to have a little bit of a shorter attention span sometimes. But just the tedious testimony. Let's see. All right, so that's him, and the Brown just took the stand. I'm going to go ahead and be quiet. Let's get into this testimony.
Okay, so the brief sidebar I had with Mr. Riggins regarding Officer Wolf, I just want to put on a record.
Exactly.
Officer Wolf.
That's exactly why he has that mask on.
I do not have a personal relationship with him, only working relationship in which he comes to the courtroom at 234 to do his job as a court officer. I want to make sure people in defense, there's no objection to me hearing his testimony.
No objection.
Okay, I'll swear you in. Swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
Yes.
Okay.
Can you state your name for the record, sir?
Derek Wolf.
And what do you do for a living personally?
I'm going to 36 Court as well.
And how long have you worked at 36 District Court?
2 months.
And prior to that, where did you work at?
Detroit Public School Police Department.
And how long did you in total work for the Detroit Public Schools?
7.5 years.
You worked for DPS for 17.5 years?
Yes.
And how long have you been in law enforcement in total?
39 years.
Before DPS, who did you work for?
I retired from Detroit Police Department.
And what were some of your common roles and responsibilities at the Detroit Public Schools Police Department?
We go to school. Sometimes we talk to the kids. We take care of the building, take care of the principals, take care of the family, and make sure that everybody's fine by the law.
And in January of 2024, what was your assignment at the DPS Police Department?
I was assigned to investigations.
And as part of that assignment, does that include going out and taking reports from people who are making police reports to the school police department?
Yes.
I want to direct your attention to January 10th, 2024. Did you go to J.E. Clark School in Detroit?
Yes.
And what was the reason you went there, sir?
I got, sent there by my lieutenant about a missing 13-year-old young lady from the school.
And when you went there, did you speak with someone who was making that report?
Yes.
Who was that person?
I talked to her guardian, her grandmother, which is her guardian.
And is that Annette Harris?
Yes.
And in terms of taking that report, what's that process like? I don't want to go into what anybody said to you, but what information are you looking for to gather to put into your report?
Okay, I'll make a mystery report. So I asked Ms. Harris, when the last time seen her daughter, her granddaughter, description of what she had on. Has she ever been missing before? Does she have a boyfriend? Does she have friends she might go by the house and stay? Things of that sort.
And did you ask Ms. Harris all of those questions and get her answers?
Yes.
And then did you write an actual report?
Yes.
After you write that report, do you have any role in actually investigating to attempting to locate the missing persons?
Yes.
Okay, what did you do after writing the report?
After I did the report, I canvassed the area looking for this young lady, although she was gone for at least 24 hours because she was missing the day before. I mean, from that point, we didn't find anything. So I followed the bus number that she was on. I got the video and it shows where she got off the bus at Cornwell 3 Mile.
Said Cornwell and 3 Mile?
Cornwell 3 Mile. Okay. And from that point, like I said, we went to the house, talked to the guardian again, talked to some of the people in the house. And then we went on in.
And sorry, just to be clear, you keep on saying we. Are you doing these things with a partner?
Yes.
And who is that partner?
Dale Gardner.
Okay. Judge, may I approach?
Yes.
Approaching which has already been admitted as People's Exhibit 2. Do you recognize that, sir?
Yes.
And what is that is contained in Exhibit 2?
A school bus.
And is that a still shot from the video that you pulled or that you received?
Yes.
Oh, and that's the bus that you identified that Ms. Aya Harris was on?
Yes.
May I have one moment, Judge?
Yes.
I have another.
Thank you. Mr. Wolf, you were dispatched to the J. Clark School because you're an investigator for DPS.
I was not dispatched. The lieutenant came to the office and told us to go back to school.
Oh, so you were requested, your presence was requested at the schools.
Yeah, from my lieutenant.
You don't have an office within the school,
No,
so you're not like the school resource officer, per se.
no,
And you said you met with Ms. Annette Harris on the 10th,
yes,
and that's in January 2021. That was early in the morning,
around between 11 and 12.
so school was in session at that time.
Yes,
Did you speak with the teacher who was in Ms. Aya's classroom on the 9th of January?
no,
Did you speak with any of Ms. Aya's known friends?
in the investigation, yes.
You did. Who did you speak to?
I can't recall that.
Did you write them in a report?
No, not in this report.
Okay, so you spoke with folks, but you didn't record their names?
I recorded it probably on my run sheet, but not inside the mystery report.
And you didn't take statements from anybody,
No, not yet.
ever?
No,
Did you speak with anybody else at the school about Ms. Aya, either on the 10th or anytime after that?
on the other chance, I talked to the guardian, which is the grandmother, and a couple of students. Yes,
Do you know how many?
a couple, two.
Two, okay, just want to make sure we get the same definition of a couple. And you said you canvassed the area?
Yes.
What area did you canvass?
The 3 mile area, we're all around there, checking the alleys, knocking on doors, see if we can get some video, doorbell, camera footage,
You
things
said
like that.
3 mile, is that 3 Mile Drive?
3 mile and corner of that area.
Okay, and that's where the bus stop was,
Yes,
where Nizai would have gotten off the bus?
yes.
Anywhere else around the school?
We checked around the schools, we checked on, matter of fact, on the street as well. But we didn't find anything.
In her classroom, does she have a locker or a cubby or anything where she stores items?
I can have that question.
You don't know?
No.
Fair to say then that you didn't check.
I may have, but I can't call right now.
Is there a report that documents whether you did or not?
No.
Okay. And after you did the canvas of the area of 3 Mile Drive in Cornwall, what else did you do?
Went back to the station. Advised the lieutenant of what we came up with,
Which was what?
which was, I talked to the parent, grandparent, talked to a couple of students. We can find things and doing our search of the area.
So did you do anything else in regards to investigating?
No, I did not, because I was, getting ready to retire, so I was done.
Okay. I don't have anything further.
Can you redirect?
Very briefly. How long, you were first notified about this on the 10th, correct?
Yes,
And how long did you stay involved in the investigation?
that day.
Okay, so your activities that Ms. Quick asked you about contained, all happened on the 10th of January.
Yes.
What happened to the investigation after the 10th?
If someone else's investigation would took over, besides me, because once again, I would leave. I gave all the information that I had, walked along, well, with my run sheet as well. So,
It was passed off to another investigator?
yeah, it would be,
Okay, and then are you aware of what happened after that?
no,
And you said that on the 10th, your lieutenant came in and asked you to go to J.E. Clark.
yes.
And who is your lieutenant?
At the time with George Harris.
I've not heard of it.
I just, if you say you were leaving, are you leaving UPS or leaving for the day?
Retired.
Any questions based off of my question?
Okay.
Okay, no, you were all done.
Okay, so that was the first officer who actually worked not with the state police but with the school police. Okay, and he took the actual missing report from the grandmother, and it seems like, hey, that might be, I don't want to say none, let me not be derogatory,
And
but
at this time, people would call forensic tech Margaret Laval.
okay, again, this is the preliminary hearing, okay? So I'm going to be listening along with you guys from my phone. I'm going to walk away from the microphone and the desk. I got to go feed my little 6-week-old puppy. This week is 6 weeks. Apollo, he didn't woke up and he is hungry. Okay, how I know he hungry? He biting and acting real needy. So I'll be listening with you guys from the chat. And I'll be back in a moment at my desk. Okay, I think they said this is a forensic expert or something like that. Okay, I'm walking away. I'm listening.
You swear to tell the truth, no truth, and nothing but the truth. Watch your step.
Good afternoon, teaching station and for the record.
Margaret Lavala.
And where are you employed?
Currently, I am employed with the Macomb County Medical Examiner's Office
And when did you start there?
in July of 2021.
And before starting there, where did you work?
I worked with the Detroit Police Department as a forensic technician.
How long have you had that job?
I was there for about 6 years.
And What, as a forensic technician, what are your roles and responsibilities?
We would respond to scenes in the city of Detroit. We would take photos, collect evidence, search for evidence, and then compile a report based on our findings.
And I want to take you back to March 14th of 2024. Were you working with Detroit Police as a forensic tech at that time?
Yes, ma'am.
And were you working alone or with a partner?
That day I was working alone.
And I want to take you to the area of 7 Mile and Berg, in the city of Detroit.
Yes, ma'am.
And were you dispatched to that location on March 14th, 2024?
Yes, I was.
And what is it that you did at that location?
At that location, there was a wooded area just south of 7 Mile to the west of Berg. And we searched that wooded area for evidence related to a missing person.
And what is it that you did when you searched?
I'm sorry, what was it?
What is it that you do when you search an area?
We will canvass the area in an ordered fashion, myself along with the other officers that are on scene. We are looking for things that are out of the ordinary or might suggest something to that location.
Did you know what you were looking for at that location?
We were looking for clothing and clothing and shoes.
And did you take any photos?
I did.
And did you collect any evidence?
I did.
Okay. And I want to show you, may I first be able to post exhibit 14?
Yes.
Before we get started, let's close exhibit 14, PowerPoint. Could you tell me, you recall going to this area?
Yes, ma'am.
And these photos, there are 129 of them. Do they fairly and accurately depict the scene of 7 Mile and Berg as you saw it that day, on 14th, 2024?
Yes, I did. That's your medical. Okay.
And you're right with the addition of proposed exhibit 14?
No objection. Okay, so we read it.
Thank you. Did you end up finding any evidence?
Yes, ma'am.
What evidence did you find?
We collected a pink jumpsuit, bodysuit style, and then a black hoodie that had a pair of white headphones in the pockets, some gloves, a towel, and a pair of red, black, and white gym shoes.
And your may I publish?
Yes.
Just method. Allow me.
Try that.
And what, so this is in people's exhibit 14, this is gonna be photo 2. What is it that we have here?
So this is the photo card that we would take at the beginning of processing any crime scene. It includes the date, the time, the location that we're responding to, as well as who is the current officer in charge that ordered us out to that location, the crime or suspected crime that we're investigating, as well as my name, the code that I'm working, and the report number that is assigned to that case.
Now I'm gonna not go through all 129 photos here. I'm gonna show you some of them that I want to run tracks. This is for record purposes, photo 30. What do we see here in photo 30?
We are looking west down, so that fence on the left of the photograph is the fence for an abandoned building at the south end of the parking lot on the west side of Berg. We are looking west towards the river in that wooded area. And you can see what is that pink jumpsuit in the background of the photograph.
Okay. And in 33, what do we see here?
That is one of the black, red, and white pink shoes that we collected from the Woodard area that I had previously stated.
Okay. And would it be fair to say that that's a left foot shoe?
Yes.
And in picture 35, what do we have here?
That was a photograph of the inside of the shoe, its size tag.
And in 37, what do we see here?
Again, we are still looking in that wooded area. That is the black jacket that was collected. It's towards the front of the photograph, kind of behind that tree branch.
And in 42,
That was a close-up of the black hooded jacket that we recovered.
okay. And would it be fair to say that you opened up the jacket, or was this how you saw it?
We did open up the jacket to examine it, yes.
Okay. And in 45, what's in 45?
So I was looking in one of the pockets of the jacket.
And can you see what's inside the pocket at that point, or no?
That photograph, I believe there's a paper and might be the parent headphones.
Okay. And in 47, what are we
Yes.
looking at there?
So yes, that was the paper and the pair of headphones that was recovered from that pocket.
And 50,
So that's gonna be the hood of that hooded jacket. We noted that there are several holes in the jacket of unknown origin.
and 52, what do we see here?
Again, we are looking into the wooded area. You can see that pink jumpsuit that is stuck in the branches of those trees.
And in 63,
Again, a closer shot of that pink jumpsuit.
and 78, what do we see here?
That is the right foot of the red, black, and white shoe that was recovered. That was located in the trees near that jumpsuit.
Okay, and is that fair to say the right foot?
Yes.
And 79, what do we have here?
That was a photo of the inside tag of that shoe, which showed size.
And in 88,
That is the pink jumpsuit that we recovered.
and 89,
That's a photo of the size and the label of that jacket.
All right, you guys. So I'm gonna make an executive decision here. To stop this stream, not the live stream, but stop that. And I found a better viewpoint. Okay. Hold on, let me I found a better viewpoint so we can see the people on the stand, and we'll pick it up from the witnesses on the stand, okay? And I think what's going to happen is that we're going to actually, I don't know, but let's do that, okay? The people want a better viewpoint. Give the people what they want, okay? So give me one moment. Let's see. I found a better stream from Fox 2 Detroit. They're actually in day 4 of this preliminary hearing. But of course, we want to start from the beginning, right? Let's see. And that way, when the real trial starts, we're going to be on it. So let's go here. Here. From 2 days ago, it started on Monday. Not this one. This one. Okay. This is her. Again, if you're just joining us, we'll be more together on this come tomorrow. This kind of took me by surprise. Let's make it full screen. Okay. One moment. Okay, I started moving too fast. Hold on. Let's see. Let me share this to you guys. That's the one I'm going on living. Okay. Here it is. Share bot. Boom. All right.
Yes.
Boom. Okay, so this is where she was. It's a little bit behind, but this is the person that was on the stand. Y'all were just hearing the forensic person with the pictures. Okay. All right. That's better, y'all. Everybody happy?
Do you recall going to this area?
Yes, ma'am.
And do these photos, there are 129 of them, do they fairly and
Pause. And let me say this, okay? After she testifies or what have you, I do believe when I scan through it, and you guys can see it here at the bottom, that then we gonna listen. The Annie and them came up. Maybe I must have been watching, like, I don't know, but we're gonna watch it and see it from this viewpoint, okay? All right, let's go. Let's go. We ready. We in it.
the scene of 7 Mile and Berg as you saw it that day back on March 14th, 2024?
Yes, we did. That's your recollection.
And Your Honor, I move for the admission of People's Proposed Exhibit 14.
No objection.
Okay, they'll be admitted.
Thank you. Did you end up finding any evidence?
Yes, ma'am.
What evidence did you find?
We collected a pink jumpsuit, like bodysuit style, and then a black hoodie that had a pair of white headphones in one of the pockets, some gloves, a towel, and a pair of red, black, and white gym shoes.
Okay. And Your Honor, may I publish?
Yes.
Since you have to allow me.
Okay, try that.
And what, so this is in People's Exhibit 14. This is going to be photo 2. What is it that we have here?
So this is the photo card that we would take at the beginning of processing any crime scene. It includes the date, the time, the location that we're responding to, as well as who is the current officer in charge that ordered us out to that location, the crime or suspected crime that we're investigating, as well as my name, the code that I'm working, and the report number that is assigned to that case.
Okay. Now I'm going to not go through all 129 photos here. I'm going to show you some that I want to reference. This is for record purposes, photo 30. What do we see here in photo 30?
We are looking west down, so that fence on the left of the photograph is the fence for an abandoned building at the south end of a parking lot on the west side of Berg. We are looking west towards the Rouge River into that wooded area. You can see what is that pink jumpsuit in the background of the photograph.
Okay. And In 33, what do we see here?
That is one of the black, red, and white gym shoes that we collected from the wooded area that I had previously stated.
Okay. And would it be fair to say that that's a left foot shoe?
Yes.
And in picture 35, what do we have here?
That was a photograph of the inside of the shoe, of the size tag.
And in 37, what do we see here?
Again, we are still looking in that wooded area. That is the black jacket that was collected. It is towards the front of the photograph, kind of behind that tree branch.
And in 42,
That was a close-up of the black hooded jacket that we recovered.
okay. And would it be fair to say that you opened up the jacket, or was this how you saw it?
We did open up the jacket to examine it, yes.
Okay. And in 45, what's in 45?
So that is looking in one of the pockets of the jacket.
And can you see what's inside the pocket at that point, or no?
That photograph, I believe there is a paper and might be the pair of headphones.
Okay. And in 47,
Yes.
what are we looking at there?
So yes, that is the paper and the pair of headphones that was recovered from that pocket.
In 50,
So that is going to be the hood of that hooded jacket. We noted that there are several holes in the jacket of unknown origin.
yeah, in 52, what do we see here?
Again, we are looking into the wooded area. You can see that pink jumpsuit that is stuck in the branches of those trees.
And in 63,
Again, a closer shot of that pink jumpsuit.
in 78, what do we see here?
That is the right foot of the red, black, and white shoe that was recovered that was located in the trees near that jumpsuit.
Okay, and is that fair to say the right foot?
Yes.
And 79, what do we have here?
That is a photo of the inside tag of that shoe to show its size.
And in 88,
That is the pink jumpsuit that we recovered.
and 89,
That's a photo of the size and the label of that jacket. That jacket jumpsuit.
and in 120.
That is a photo of the Rouge River.
Okay. So how close was the Rouge River, I guess, to the area that you were searching?
So there was a large parking lot just off of the west side of Berg, and then there was an embankment leading down to the river. I would say less than 500 feet.
What condition was the evidence that we just saw in the photos? What was the condition of it?
It was wet. It was dirty. It was currently raining when we were out at that scene. So
what did you do with the evidence once you photographed it?
once it was photographed, I collected it and took it from the scene. The items that were wet, we then brought to the Detroit Police Department evidence garage, where we have a drying chamber so that that evidence could be dried in a safe, secure, and way so that any type of DNA evidence could be preserved. And then once that evidence was then dried, it was packaged and processed and submitted to the DPD property unit.
And you would have been the one who placed those items in the drying chamber?
Yes.
And are you also the one who placed them on evidence afterwards?
Yes.
Nothing further, Judge.
Ross?
Thank you.
Good afternoon.
Afternoon.
I believe you said that it was raining on the day that you were dispatched out to this location at the site.
That is correct.
Had it been raining most of the morning?
To the best of my recollection.
When you were dispatched out by somebody at DPD,
That is correct.
when you arrived at the site, were there already people on scene?
Yes, ma'am.
How many people would you say?
Approximately 10.
10? Were they all Detroit police officers, or were there other people there as well?
Everyone that I spoke with was with the Detroit Police Department.
But could you say for certain that everybody there was DPD?
No.
You were notified prior to leaving, or when you got there maybe, what evidence or what items you were actually looking for?
They told us we were looking for clothing.
Okay. Were you under the impression that somebody had seen something and wanted you to come out and photograph it and tag it?
Yes,
Okay. So you weren't the first person out there to see it?
that is correct.
Do you know who originally had seen the items?
I do not.
So you didn't speak with anybody about where they initially located them?
I spoke with the officers that were at that scene, that called me up to that scene, and they directed me to where that evidence had been located.
But you can't say for sure where the items were located before you had gotten there, fair to say?
Correct.
Did you see anybody else handle those items?
No,
But again, you couldn't say for sure that nobody did.
I can't say what happened before my arrival on the scene.
One of the items was a black hoodie, right?
That is correct.
Fair to say that it appeared pretty weathered.
Yes.
I think the report notes that there's like spider webs on it,
Yes.
some detritus leaves, that kind of thing.
Yes.
There was also a pink bodysuit.
That is correct.
Now that was not on the ground, correct?
No,
That was in some branches a distance away.
that is correct.
About how far away were those two items from one another?
Not that far, but I couldn't give an estimate right now of distance.
Okay, yeah, I don't want you to guess. Fair to say that the jumpsuit didn't necessarily appear similarly weathered to the hoodie?
No, it did not.
It did have some like dirt or stains on it,
It did, yes.
but it wasn't quite as weathered, I guess, same word I could use.
I would say so, yes.
So you collected the items.
Mhm.
When you did so, did you wear disposable gloves?
I did.
Did you wear a new pair of gloves for each item that you collected?
I did.
And each item went into a separate bag?
That is correct.
It's got its own tag,
Yes.
and then you yourself drove them to this evidence garage?
Yes.
Now, this evidence garage, where is it at?
It's located at 11631 Mount Elliott in the city of Detroit.
And you yourself checked them in at the garage?
Yes.
What is the process for that?
So it is placed in our evidence tracker system, and there is a label in there to say that it is at the garage for drying. So it was noted that that was where it was going to be. The drying chamber is in a locked room, and then the chamber itself is also locked. So the key was acquired from my sergeant, my supervisor, to get into that room. The items were then hung up in a way that they were not touching each other. They did not come into contact with each other during the drying process. Then this chamber was locked back up. The door to the room was locked, and the key was returned to my supervisor. Then after 24 hours, then I returned to then collect that evidence, where it was all packaged individually in their own bag, and then that was then taped, secured, and turned over to property.
And you did all that yourself?
Yes, ma'am.
So when you took each of the items out of their respective bags, again, did you wear disposable gloves?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you change those gloves every time you handled a different piece of evidence?
Yes, ma'am.
And then when you recollected them, you put them in fresh bags?
Yes.
And you, again, used disposable gloves?
Yes.
And did you use different ones every time you
Yes.
handled each item?
Yes, ma'am.
I don't have anything else, thank you.
Just briefly, Mr. Bala, when you placed these items on evidence, are they each given like a specific evidence tag number?
Yes,
Okay, and could we just go through those really quickly? If you have a report,
I do.
okay, if you need to refresh your memory at all, please let me know. And if you want to refer to your report to refresh your memory, just let us know, okay? So for the red, black, and white Nike gym shoes, those were placed in evidence?
Yes.
And do you recall what tag number they were?
Can I refresh?
If that would refresh your memory, yes.
So those were item 84.
Okay, and that black hoodie, that was also placed in evidence?
I'm sorry, if I check again to refresh.
Yes.
So the black hoodie was item 85.
And what about that pink bodysuit?
That was going to be item 86.
Okay. And the headphones and paper, did you package those separately or together?
Can I refresh my report? Look at my report.
If that would refresh your memory.
So the headphones and paper were packaged together because they came from the same pocket under item 88.
88? Okay. And there were a couple other items that you also placed in evidence?
That is correct.
Okay. What were the other items?
There was a pair of gloves that was recovered from the wooded area as well, and a brown, blue, gray towel. It was a dirty towel, a dirty wet towel from near the parking lot.
Okay. And did you place that towel on evidence?
Yes.
What number did you place that on?
May I refresh?
Yes.
So the towel was 82.
Okay. And what about those gloves you were talking about?
The gloves were 83.
Was there any other items?
There was like a Ziploc bag that was recovered from the other jacket pocket that was placed under item 89.
Okay. And anything else?
Not to my recollection.
Okay. Was there any kind of rubber bracelet?
Oh, sorry. Yes, there was a rubber bracelet that was recovered from that wooded area as well.
Okay. And was that on evidence also?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And what was that placed on?
May I refresh?
If it would refresh your memory, yes.
Thank you. That was item number 87.
Nothing further, Judge.
Thank you. Thank you, ma'am.
Okay, so that's very interesting, right? They seem to have found a lot of evidence. They seem to have found a lot of evidence, so I want to know. I can't wait to hear from the DNA specialist. I want to know if they had his DNA on them gloves. I want to know what's in her DNA on them shoes. I want to know all of that. Who is this coming up here? Look at him. Nobody else got a mask on in the entire court but him. He's so worried about getting sick.
Step this way, raise your right hand.
Do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Yes. Watch your step.
Speaking to right here. Pick it up and hold it in your lap if you like.
Mayor, thank you. Could you say your name for the record?
Talasha Moore.
And, excuse me, Ms. Moore, I'm going to ask you a couple questions, but first I want to ask you, do you know someone by the name of Cordell Wright?
I do.
And how do you know Mr. Wright?
He is the father of my nephew, my 17-year-old nephew.
So, your sister's son?
Yes.
Gotcha. And is that how you met Mr. Wright?
Yeah.
Or your sister?
Yes.
Okay. And in what context is your relationship with Mr. Wright? How did you know him? Did he ever do anything for you? Things like that.
He fixed my mother's car. He worked on her car.
Okay. And what kind of car does your mother drive?
A red Jaguar.
And what's your mom's name?
Jacqueline Campbell.
And going back to January of 2024, where were you living at the time? Not your specific address, just the city.
Ypsilanti.
And who else lived with you in Ypsilanti?
My mom and my son.
Okay. And would Mr. Wright ever come out to Ypsilanti to fix your mom's car, her Jaguar?
Yes.
How often did he do that?
Like a couple times, at least 2 times.
And was that around January of 2024?
That was the last time.
In January was the last
Yes.
time? And when he would go out there, would he bring anyone with him?
This last time he did.
What about
For the
prior?
last 2 times. So before January 9th, him and someone else came, and then on January 9th, they both came.
Okay. And the person that he brought with him, do you see that person in the courtroom today?
Yes.
And could you point to him and identify a piece of clothing he's wearing?
Well, I can only see the top of his head right now.
Are you 100% sure that it's that person? Could we have everyone remove their masks, just for a brief moment?
If everyone in the courtroom could remove their mask if they have one on, please.
Ms. Moore, do you see the person that Mr. Wright brought with him?
I do.
And could you point to him and identify a piece of clothing he's wearing?
A green one-piece thing.
For the record, the witness has identified Jarvis Butts, the defendant in this matter.
So reflected.
He must look totally different with his hair cut off. I'm gonna show you guys his
you
picture
said
with his long hair. Oh, y'all
Mr.
saw
Butts
it.
Came out how many times with Cordell?
At least 2. So this last time in January and the time before that.
Okay, and the time before that, who was anyone else with the two of them?
No.
And what were they doing the time before January 9th?
Working on the car. We I can't remember. It was a couple of things they had to fix on it. And they came out and did it in the driveway. And
Sorry.
No. I was just gonna say the last time when we got the car towed to the shop and they drove it back up.
Okay. And so in between the most recent time before January 9th, the Jaguar, correct me if I'm wrong, was towed to Detroit?
Correct.
Okay. And then on January 9th, did you see that red Jaguar again?
Yeah.
Okay. Who brought that Jaguar out to Ypsilanti?
Cordell and Jarvis.
Okay. And was anyone else with Cordell and Jarvis?
Yes.
Who is that person?
Naziah.
And I want to clarify, at the time on the 9th, when Cordell, Jarvis, and Naziah came, did you know that that was Naziah Harris?
No.
Do you know that now?
I do know now.
Okay. And is that based on information you've learned or seen in the news and things like that?
Well, it was based on when the detectives came to the house to question us. That's when I found out who she was.
But at the time on the 9th, you didn't know?
Mm-hmm.
Is that a no?
No, yes or no. I did not know.
Now, let's talk about when they came out on the 9th, January 2024. What was that interaction? How long did it last? Can you kind of take me through start to finish their visit and delivering the car?
So they came, they delivered the car. They were talking to my mom about what was wrong, gave her the invoice. It was just like a regular day when they came in, they sat on the couch for a few minutes. Naziah was sitting in the chair by the TV. We spoke, very brief. Asked her if she wanted something to drink. She didn't. My 6-year-old son ran up to her, the dog. It was just very mellow. They sat there, we talked about the car and stuff. We talked about my nephew. Cordell was trying to wait till my nephew got out of school, but because he was on tether, they had to leave, so they didn't get to stay long enough for my nephew to come.
And your nephew would be Cordell's son?
Cordell's son, correct.
Did you talk to Mr. Butts about Naziah? Did he introduce her or anything like that?
We just asked, hey, everybody spoke. He said this is his niece, and that was pretty much the basis of it. I cannot remember if he said her name or not, but he did introduce her as his niece.
And so, just to be clear, not sure about the name, but he said this is his niece about Naziah.
Mm-hmm.
Is that a yes?
That's a yes, I'm sorry.
Okay. And then after that conversation, let me ask you, during that time when they were there, did you notice anything that was unsettling or concerning about Naziah?
No.
It was just a normal interaction?
Yes.
After that interaction was over, did the three of them, Cordell, Jarvis, and Naziah, leave your house?
Yes.
Okay. And as far as you know, they were headed back to Detroit, correct?
Correct.
When they left, whose car were they leaving in?
Cordell's truck.
And all three of them were in the same car?
Yes,
And you said that they were delivering the Jaguar to your mom or to your house, right?
yes,
Did you see them pull up? Do you know what the driving and seating arrangements was?
I do not.
I have nothing further to say.
Okay, Ross?
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
So you're technically not related to Cordell, right?
Correct.
That's just the uncle of, I'm sorry, he is the
The
father
father.
of your nephew. Okay. How would you say your relationship is with Mr. Wright?
It's cool, like, no issues.
You got along with him well?
Mhm.
Okay.
Yes.
Hold on.
And you know Cordell worked as a mechanic.
Okay, so Mr. Wright, that guy, we're gonna probably see him tomorrow testify, right? That's what I saw. Oh, I need to put on mute. I'm sorry. So, my bad. So the person who they talking about, Mr. Wright, that's what they calling him. He is the business partner of Jarvis Butts. They run on a mechanic shop together. I caught sight or wind of his testimony last night, and that's what got me caught up into this hearing. All right, I that's the only thing I've seen. I saw him testify last night, and I was like, "Oh man, I'm gonna have to start, catch this from the beginning." Okay, so we'll be to that tomorrow. We're gonna go a little bit longer today till 3, but it's gonna normally start from from 11 until 2. Okay. Right. He saw her with him. Right. That I saw that last night. So let me go ahead and get this started because we want to get into it. And apparently, I don't know what I had y'all watching, but this is day 1 of the preliminary hearing. And let's just get into it. Let's get into it. So, anywho, right, the only reason why they talking about him right now is because that's who knew this people here, and they was fixing her mama car. Anywho, let's go. I don't know why he got to get all into that, but okay.
Correct.
Okay. And how long has he worked on your vehicles? Was this something new, or had he worked on your vehicles previously?
I think he might have changed the oil on one of my cars a couple years back, but not that frequently.
Okay. And you knew he had did you know he had a shop that he worked out of?
Yes.
Okay. Had you been to this shop?
Yes.
Okay. And you said that there was a time prior to January 9th that he came up and worked on the car, correct?
Correct.
And you said that my client was with him that time.
Correct.
Do you recall when that was?
It had to be in the summer. I cannot recall the exact date.
But it was summer of 2023?
Yes.
Okay. And that was the first time you had seen Jarvis Butts?
Yes.
Did you say anything to him that day?
Yes,
The first time?
Yes, we talked about me being a member of Zeta and that he had a cousin or somebody that was a Zeta. We all went to O'Reilly's to get some parts or something for the car.
Okay.
Stopped and got something to eat, came back, but it was very mellow, like.
So that summer of 2023, you had a fairly decent conversation with them, correct?
Correct.
And it lasted for a period of time, correct?
Correct.
So on January 9th, when you saw him, you knew who he was.
Correct.
You had recognized him because you had spent time with him, correct?
Correct.
Okay. So you had the car, and you knew that he was partnered with Cordell at the shop, correct?
Correct.
Okay. So on January 9th, Question, when did you have the car towed down to his shop?
I think we had it towed maybe like the 4th or the 5th.
So it was there from the 4th, okay? And it was the 9th that they brought it back?
Correct.
Okay. Do you know approximately what time the car was brought back?
Had to be before 3:30 p.m.
There was three.
Oh, no. It had to be before 5:30 because my sister got off work at 5:30. So mid-afternoon.
Okay. But you're not sure the exact time?
I'm not sure the exact time.
Was it light or dark outside?
It was still light out.
Okay. And they came up, they pulled the Jaguar in first, the driveway.
Correct.
Right. And then Cordell's car was behind it.
I believe so.
Okay. When they pulled up, did you see them exit the vehicles?
No.
Okay. So you don't know who was driving what?
I don't.
Okay. So at that point, they came into the house, correct?
Correct.
And did they all walk in together? Or
Yes.
Okay, so Cordell came in, followed by Jarvis, correct?
I can't tell you the exact, I don't know if Naziah walked in first or if Jarvis walked in first.
Okay. And this young lady. And to be fair, you didn't know who she was, correct?
Not at all.
Do you recall what she was wearing when she came?
I think she had on a jacket. But I can't really.
Don't recall?
No.
Okay. Do you recall what any of them had on that day?
Not really.
Okay. So, do you recall, without going into your house, was it dark, light in your house? Were the lights on?
The lights were on.
Okay. And you have a fairly large living room?
Yeah.
Okay. So when they came in, you said that Naziah sat next to the television.
So yeah, like when you're coming in, there's like a red cabinet type thing. The TV sits on top of it, and then there's a chair right, like a chair sitting right next to it, and that's where she was sitting.
Okay. And when she came in, did she introduce herself?
She did not.
Okay. So she came in, sat down, right?
We offered her to see, like, came in, Cordell said hello. He was doing most of the talking. Jarvis said hello. Said, this is my niece. Then it was like, y'all have a seat.
Okay.
Cordell sat on the couch. There's a couch this way, and then a long couch this way.
I'm sorry, go ahead.
And I was just gonna say, I believe that they were both on this couch. Naziah was in the chair, and me and my mom were on the longer couch.
So your mom was there?
Yeah.
Correct? All right. And you all were conversing, correct?
Correct.
And it's fair to say that you weren't conversing with Naziah, correct?
No.
You were conversing with Jarvis. I'm sorry, you were conversing with Cordell.
Cordell and Jarvis about the car and the invoice that they brought.
All right. And you said at some point your son came up and was talking with Naziah?
Correct.
Okay. And how long did this conversation last?
Like all of our conversation?
Right. How long were they there?
Probably between like 30, 45 minutes.
Okay.
Maybe an hour.
And while they were there, you didn't notice anything, and I think you already mentioned this, you didn't notice anything out of the ordinary, correct?
Correct.
Did you see Jarvis Butts conversing with Naziah Harris?
No.
So they didn't have any conversation?
No.
Okay. And you didn't notice anything awkward or out of the ordinary between the two?
Correct.
Okay.
I didn't notice anything.
So after about an hour, they left?
Correct.
Was it light or dark?
It was still fairly light.
All right. and they got into Cordell's car, correct?
Correct.
You don't remember the scene, I think you've already
No,
said
I do
that.
not.
But was Cordell driving?
Correct.
Okay. So that day you didn't think anything out of the ordinary happened, correct?
Correct.
And at some point you were contacted, correct?
Correct.
When were you contacted?
Well, we were contacted by Cordell the next day because when we paid the invoice, it was $70 short. So we had to get Jarvis's Cash App to send the rest of the money. So that was the last part of the conversation. And then the detectives came, I want to say the end of March.
So the end of March, so.
I believe, I don't know the exact day, but it was at least a month or two later.
And it was when the detectives came, is when you found out that the person that was in your house was Neziah Harris, correct?
Correct.
All right. And did they tell you that this person was Neziah Harris?
They asked me if I knew who she was, and they asked me if I knew who Cordell was. They showed me a picture of Mr. Butts. They asked me if I knew who all these people were. And they asked me if I knew her name, and I did not know her name at that time.
Okay. And they told you her name?
Honestly, I don't know.
Okay. And at any point, did you look up why they were there or look up any information about this case?
Yeah, after they left.
After they left?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, and what did you look up?
Objection, relevance.
I just want to see where her information came from.
As long as the results of what she looked up.
I want to see the information that she had that go into her testimony.
Go ahead.
There's obviously there's podcasts out that are a bit unfavorable.
It's not obvious.
Well,
I don't know.
Okay, you don't know. Okay. What did you look up?
I looked up Mr. Butt's oldest record.
Okay.
But I tried to type in his name, I typed in Cordell's name, tried to see if anything came up. At that time, there wasn't anything posted, but I didn't find much, other than his record.
Okay. This one more. Yeah. No further questions.
Any redirect?
Yeah, very brief. Ms. Moore, Mr. Reagans was just asking you about information that you looked up and things like that. When the police were at your house, though, the detectives were at your house, first, do you know if those were Detroit police officers?
Yes, Detroit police
detectives, okay. And you said that they showed you a picture of, in court, you said Neziah, right?
Say it one more time.
They showed you a picture of Neziah at that time, correct?
Correct.
Did you identify that picture when the police were there as Neziah Harris? Did you say her name?
No, I said that's the mechanic's niece.
So just to be clear, you identified her as the girl that was at your house.
Correct.
With the defendant, Jarvis Watts.
Correct.
Oh. And that was before you had looked up any information?
Correct, because I didn't know anything until the detectives came to the house.
And while Neziah and Jarvis and Cordell were at your house, you said Neziah was sitting next to the TV?
Mm-hmm. Yes.
And did Neziah, during that 30 minutes to an hour, ever get up and leave, use the restroom or anything like that?
No.
And you mentioned earlier that Cordell was on a tether and that's the reason he had to leave, right?
Correct.
Do you know what Cordell's tether hours were at that time? Like what time you had to be back home by?
I don't know.
How far of a drive is it from Detroit to Ypsilanti?
Probably about 40 minutes.
And what was the reason that Cordell had to leave again?
Because he said he had to be back in the house for his tether.
Okay, so did it seem like he was in a little bit of a rush to get back, or he was cutting it close maybe with that drive, 40 minutes?
No, I think he had whatever he needed to do, and he just wanted to make sure he was in the city on time.
But is it fair to say that he would have left somewhat closer to his cutoff time? If that's the reason he left, or that he said?
Yeah, I think that calls for speculation on her part.
I was gonna say, I don't know. I'm sorry.
Do you want to respond?
If she knows, I think it's a close call.
If you know the answer.
I don't. I don't know. I can't say.
I have no further questions.
Okay, you are done testifying.
Thank you.
Watch your step. Ms. Ripley?
Yes, Judge. At this time, people would call Tawana Butts.
Again, to the Lit Lane jurors, I did not know until last night that I was going to be doing 2 trials, one in the day, one in the night. I just so happened to be watching this came across that guy, like I told y'all, testimony last night, and I got so interested in it, right? And because I started getting invested myself, as you guys can tell why, y'all can see why, right? Because I got so interested, y'all know already, I stopped. I say, okay, the Lit Lane jury box trial with Demetria, we gotta watch this together, right? Because I knew if I was just getting interested, I kind of figured y'all would too. So that's how we ended up with boom, a trial during the day, a trial at night, right? So some of this stuff, the information, I had not looked at all of it. Pretty much, I was familiar with it, but anywho, that's neither here nor there. I'm going to get more information, background information for you guys. Let's get into, I'm looking at a news report on my phone, so that's how I'm getting this information about who the witnesses are. So next up, you guys, because this is from Monday, okay? The hearing started Monday. Today's Wednesday. We're like 2 days behind, but that's okay. That's no biggie. This next person is going to be okay. The next person finna take the stand is the defendant's actually his sister, Tawana Butts. Okay. So let's see what she's saying. I'm not gonna tell y'all and give it away, but I'm reading about her testimony. It's interesting. Let's get into it.
I was going to ask, does anyone need a 5-10 minute break? Are we all okay?
And keep in mind, this is a preliminary hearing, so all this is being said and testified without the jury being there. The jury's not there. A minute.
We'll probably be done.
Okay, they're on break. Let's fast forward it.
Huh?
I thought the sister supposed to be next, but this not the sister. This maybe I got the wrong picture of the wrong person. Child, maybe the woman in the yellow is his sister. Let's see, because we couldn't really see good on the first view. Oh Lord. I've been showing this woman face with the wrong information, child. I hope she don't sue me. Child. My bad. Because she sure look like him. This might be his sister here.
Raise your right hand.
Do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Yes. Okay. Watch your step. Whenever you're ready, Ms. Murphy.
Thank you, Judge.
You're gonna speak to the mic. I want you to hold it.
Let's see.
Okay.
Good afternoon. Could you please state your name for the record?
Tijuana Butts,
And how old are you, Ms. Butts?
46.
Lord have mercy. So excuse me, but let's get this clear. I was mistakenly putting the wrong banner up under this woman picture, okay? This is not his baby mama. This is his sister. This is the defendant's sister. Okay? My bad. Mistake. A mistake. Let's go and get started. I put the wrong picture with the wrong person because I couldn't tell on that other thing. Let's go.
And do you know someone named Jarvis Butts?
Yes,
And how is it that you know him?
he's my brother.
Okay. And
Exactly, living.
how old is Jarvis Butts?
42.
And do you know his birthday?
Yes,
When's his birthday?
November 21st.
She looked pissed off.
And do you see Jarvis Butts in the courtroom today?
I saw him walking in.
Okay. And can you point to him and tell me the color of the clothing that he's wearing?
He has on, I believe it's dark green shirt. He's sitting behind the lady to the side of you.
And you remember the record reflected when it says identified the defendant in this case?
So reflected. And just to be clear, you said I saw him walking in. You saw him when you were walking in or when he was walking in?
When I was walking in just now.
Thank you.
And Ms. Butts, where did you know Jarvis to work?
He worked at a shop on Warren and F, called Frank's, and then he moved to a shop on Hopper and Connors. I don't know the name of it.
And Ms. Butts, do you remember talking to Detroit police back on February 26, 2024?
Yes,
And what's the reason that you went and talked to Detroit police?
I had reason to believe that I saw Naziah the day she went missing.
Tell me about that. What makes you believe that you saw Naziah on the day she went missing?
Where do you want me to start this a lot?
So from the very beginning, where is it that you think you saw Naziah?
At the shop on Harbor and Connors.
Okay, and whose shop is that?
My brother Jarvis Butts and his partner.
Okay. What's the reason you were at your brother's shop that day?
Something was wrong with the car that I was driving, and
So she called the
I
cops.
just needed him to check it out to make sure it was safe for me to drive.
Do you recall about what time did you go to Jarvis's shop that day?
About 4 p.m., give or take a few minutes.
Okay, and around what time did you leave?
Somewhere between 6 and 6:30.
Okay. And what is it that you noticed while you were at the shop?
So it's a car, like garage. So I was sitting outside of the shop in my car because they were working on another car on the inside. As I sat there for the time that I was there, I kept seeing a little girl get in and out of his truck, going to the gas station and going back to his car.
Okay, so I'm gonna stop you right there. Whose car are we talking about?
My brother.
Okay, and what kind of car was it?
I believe a Cadillac Escalade.
Okay, do you remember what color?
Kind of like a pearl white, off white cream color.
Okay, and you said you described this as a two garage shop?
Yes.
Okay, and I want to approach with people's exhibit 7.
Okay.
Now, Ms. Books, do you recognize what is it we're looking at in people's exhibit 7?
Yes.
Okay, what is that?
That is the shop.
Okay.
Right in the middle.
And where at were you parked when you saw someone getting in and out of Jarvis's truck?
In front of the car doors, of the garage right here, I was parked facing, I don't know what direction it is, but going towards Gratiot. I was like in front, but outside.
Okay, so you were kind of parked parallel with the road?
Yeah.
Okay. Can you draw a T where your truck was?
My car?
Yeah, your car was.
Yeah.
Yes. And then put an arrow the way you were facing. And where is it where that Jarvis's truck was? Just put a J where Jarvis's truck was. And what way was his truck facing?
It was facing my direction, so the front was
Towards you. Okay, so put an arrow for that direction. Okay. Thank you. Now, do you get a look at this little girl that you see getting in and out of his car?
I saw her, as she was walking. I never saw her face.
Did you see any clothing?
I did.
Okay. Did anything about the clothing stick out to you that you remember?
I just remember her having on a colorful jacket.
And what door, which side do you remember seeing her getting in and out of Jarvis's truck? Or did it change?
I don't really remember.
Okay, that's okay. So you said you mostly remember a jacket, a colorful jacket.
Yes.
Okay. Now, I'm going to show you what's marked as People's Exhibit 2, which is already admitted, and People's Proposed Exhibit 10. May I approach?
Yes.
Thank you. Handing you what's marked as People's Exhibits 2 and 10. Okay. Do you recognize anything in those photos?
Yeah.
Yes?
Yes.
What is it that you recognize?
Right here, this jacket.
And for the record, you're pointing up in channel 1, and you recognize this like pink colorful jacket?
Yes.
Okay. And that's in People's Exhibit 10? Your Honor, I move for the admission of People's Proposed Exhibit 10 as Exhibit 10. Is that a fair and accurate depiction of the jacket that you saw that day?
Yes.
I move for the proposed People's Exhibit 10.
Any objection?
No objection.
Okay, it'll be admitted as People's Exhibit 10.
Okay. And in People's 2, is that also, where is the what you recognize People's Exhibit 2?
It looks like channel 2 here, maybe.
Okay, facing the back?
Yeah.
Okay. And you recognize the jacket in this photo too, right? Yes.
It's a little blurry, but it looks the same.
Okay.
I mean,
And what about in channel 1 of Exhibit 2?
it would be this one right here.
Okay, and it's fair to say that's the back of a jacket? It seems to be the back of a jacket? Okay, thank you. And you said that you saw this little girl with this jacket on getting in and out, going into the gas station?
Yes.
Okay. Did you know who this little girl was at the time?
No.
Okay. Is there a time that you ever get out of your car?
Yes.
And what do you do?
I needed to use the restroom, so I asked his partner if I could use the restroom. He told me to go and tell him in the gas station. And as I was walking towards the gas station, she was walking in front of me going into the gas station.
Okay, so about, how far in front of you was she?
I would say maybe where the gentleman in the gray blazer is behind you. Maybe a little bit farther, I'm not really sure about that distance.
From where you are to him?
Yeah.
Okay. And boy, I'm really bad at estimates.
20, 25 feet?
Yeah, I would agree with about 20, 25 feet. And you said you never got a chance to see this little girl's face.
No.
Was there anything else about her that you can remember?
I just remember her being kind of small, like outside of just seeing her get in and out of the car. When I was walking towards her, I was like, she's tiny, and I just remembered the coat.
Okay. Tiny, like in what way? Like tiny, skinny, short?
Kind of skinny and short.
Okay. And did you ever ask Jarvis who the little girl was?
Yes.
And what did he tell you?
He told me, and I can't remember if it was this exact word or he said it is my partner's niece, or he said it was King's niece.
Okay, but you knew who he was referring to?
Yes.
Okay. Did you think anything of it at the time?
No.
Okay. And what is it that made you think something? Was there a time where you thought something different?
Yes.
Okay. And what is it that made you think something different?
I received phone call, well, a video call from one of his kids' mom, and she told me about some things that happened on Valentine's Day, and then she sent me a video of a podcast about my brother.
Okay. And what did you do as a result of receiving those things?
I called Shannon and I asked her for Sergeant Jones' phone number.
Okay. And who's the Shannon that you called?
His kid's mom.
Shannon Harris?
Yes.
Okay. Do you do anything before you go and talk to Sergeant Jones?
Yes.
Okay. What is it that you do?
Okay, so after having a conversation with Shannon Harris and his other kid's mom, I was informed that his partner King, I guess something happened where the
Objection, this is hearsay.
There's not a statement yet, Judge.
Being informed.
I'm not sure what she's even about to say.
Okay, just to the extent that it's informed of someone else's statement.
You might have to object in a couple moments.
You need to speak up.
If you could stand up
Please.
and make your objection.
Yes, just objecting to the fact that she was informed of something. It appears this might be hearsay, but we'll see.
Yeah. Could you finish what you were saying? I don't know where you're going with this.
I'm trying to remember where I left. Okay, so after talking to Shannon Harris and his other kid's mom, I was informed of some things that had taken place, I think Valentine's Day. So they told me that his partner King.
Okay, so at this point, this is hearsay. They told me and the lack of personal knowledge to the things that she was informed of.
Can I finish?
1 second. What is an objection?
I'm sorry.
The witness has to stop talking.
So based on those, do you go and talk to someone else?
Yes.
Okay. Who do you go and talk to?
His partner King
Okay. And where is it that you go and talk to King at?
at the shop on Harbor Encounters.
Okay. And without telling me what King said, kind of describe what was your conversation about?
Well, I went to see what happened and what was going on. During that time, I told him that I had never seen any little girl at my brother's shop, besides my nieces, outside of the little girl that I saw getting out of his truck that day.
Okay.
And you told this to who?
King.
Okay.
And who is King again?
His business partner.
Okay, and do you know his government name?
I believe it's Cordero or something like that. I just always call him King.
Okay. So you went and told him that you hadn't seen anyone out at the shop besides your nieces and then the one little girl you saw that one day.
Yes.
Okay. Did you ask him about that little girl?
Well, I didn't ask him about it. After I said that to him, he told me.
Objection, Your Honor, this is gonna be hearsay again.
Judge, it's gonna go to the effect of on the listening.
There could be an exception. I don't know what she's saying. So you might as well just stay standing up. Go ahead, say what you were gonna say.
After I mentioned to him that I had only saw my nieces and one particular little girl, he then told me that that was Naziah that I saw that day and I was there.
I would object then, given now that she has testified to that it is hearsay, that it is being introduced for the truth.
Okay, I missed it. Who confirmed that it was Naziah? Who told her yes that it was her?
This is not an identification that she personally made, she's just being told.
When she saw Naziah that day, so it's.
She didn't know who it was. I mean, she had no idea who this was. That's
She
not
didn't know
her
who she was.
identification.
So it is hearsay.
Okay. So without saying what King said, were you informed of anything about a little girl that you saw on January 9th, 2024?
Welcome to the Little Lane Jury Box, Annie.
And to your knowledge, Jarvis had told you that was King's niece.
Yes.
Okay. And when you talked to King, did you have reason to not believe what Jarvis told you?
Yes.
Okay. Do you know your nieces from Jarvis? Sorry. That is a poorly worded question. I am sorry. If that was your niece, would you have recognized her that day?
Yes.
Okay. And you did not recognize this little girl as your niece, did you?
No.
Okay. What is it that you did after speaking with King that day?
I called Shannon Harris and I asked her for Sergeant Jones' phone number.
Okay. And did you eventually talk to Sergeant Jones?
Yes.
Okay. Sorry about that. What day was it that you went to the shop and saw the little girl?
Can I ask you a question? I didn't remember the exact date at that time.
Okay. What is it that makes you believe that it was Naziah Harris that you saw on that day?
I'm not quite sure how to answer what you're asking me. Like,
That may be a poorly worded question. I'm sorry. Can I just have 1 second, George?
Yes.
Butts, did you come to learn of the day that you had gone to Jarvis's shop by going through the locations on your phone?
Yes,
Okay. And that's the day that you don't remember off the top of your head right now, but it is revealed in your phone locations?
yes.
Let's see here. One second, let me find it. When is it that you went through your phone locations to determine the date? Oh, I'm sorry, do you need a moment?
I believe it's February, I think the 24th or the 26th. I can't remember the exact date.
Okay, that's when you would have went through your phone to find those?
Yes,
Okay, and did you also go through that in your interview with Sergeant Jones?
yes,
Okay. And did you give Sergeant Jones permission to look at your location data?
yes,
Okay. And your phone kind of extraction in general? Like to go through your phone for the data?
yes.
Okay. Nothing else, Judge.
Thanks, Chris. Actually. So you go to the shop.
She crying because her brother a monster.
From time to time, yes,
You've been there prior to the day we've been talking about today,
yes,
a couple of times at least,
yes,
and you'd been back there after.
yes.
But the day we've been talking about, that's the only time you ever saw a child there?
That was the only time I saw a child I didn't recognize.
Okay, so you had seen other children there before?
Yes,
Okay, when you say that you recognize, these are who exactly?
my
usually?
nieces.
And when you first arrived at the shop that day, Jarvis told you that he wasn't going to be able to work on your car?
No,
No? Did you ask him if he'd be able to?
Judge, I think this calls for hearsay. They can't admit statements of the defendant.
I'm looking more so from her own statement, actually.
From her
We'll
what?
start with her own statement.
Okay.
Did you ask him right away if he would be able to work on your car
I talked to him prior to coming to the shop.
before you arrived? You asked if he could work on your car that day?
I asked him to look at my car today.
Okay. Did you arrive at the shop with the understanding that he would or would not be able to?
I arrived at the shop knowing that he was going to look at my car.
Okay. One moment. And was that via text or call or some other way?
Probably a video call.
Okay, so a video call a little bit before you headed over?
Earlier in the day, maybe.
Okay.
I'm not sure exactly what time.
Okay, so that's how you decided that you'd go over later.
He told me I could come.
This is kind of all calling for hearsay in a backdoor way.
The response is hearsay. Not that
Yes.
she necessarily asked for it, but it's hearsay.
Sure, we can
Can we
keep it as her own. So to be clear, we don't need to talk about what he said to you, but you did a video call to him. And in that call, you asked if he could work on your car.
You
Right.
keep saying work on my car. I said, look at my car.
Okay, look at your car, but you asked him personally in a video call.
Yes.
Okay, and that was maybe that morning.
I don't remember what time of day it was, but it was before I went to him.
Okay, thank you. Okay, and as you were saying, this
He'll be more
day,
prepared for the
you said
trial if
some
it
other
goes to
children
trial.
there Other times, but this particular child, you only ever saw this child on this particular day.
Yes.
And the whole time you were there, from your testimony and from that police interview, you said that you never saw her face.
Yes.
And then you did also see some news stories about this case.
Yes.
Yeah, in the podcast that you talked about. Right, there were some podcasts.
I had already saw her on the news, but I did not know who she was.
Sure, but that was by seeing those stories, that's how you started to think.
Well, I was sent the podcast after some other things that was told to me. That's when I received the podcast.
So initially, between the day you were at the shop, right, and then until you started to see that news, at first you didn't make this connection that maybe she was anyone in particular.
Not at all.
Okay. And then through seeing that news, those podcasts, that's when you started to think she was.
That's not the reason why I thought that.
No, but that's the timing, or it's not?
I guess you could say that.
That's when you started to, at least when you saw those things, that's when you started to wonder.
I was wondering before I saw the podcast.
Okay, in your police that at first when you saw the news, you didn't really make a connection because of not having seen her face?
Yes.
Okay. So that interview was on February 26, 2024, right?
Yes.
And you were having some trouble remembering some of the specific details from January 9th at that point?
Not so much as remembering maybe the order I remembered it in.
Okay, were there some times at least though when you were asked some questions and some details that you had to say, I can't remember some things?
I can't remember now.
Okay. And would you agree that at least
Like,
when
it didn't mean that.
okay. I
I
was just saying,
probably did. I guess it would be safe to say because I didn't know.
okay, so you think it's safe to say that at that point in time, there are at least some details you were having a hard time, some questions you couldn't answer?
I can't disagree.
And it was pretty close in time, shortly before that police interview. That was when you first started to think that maybe this girl you'd seen at the shop had been Messiah Harris.
Can you repeat that?
So the first time you started to think that maybe that child, the one you saw, maybe that was Messiah Harris, that was pretty close in time to the police interview.
Maybe about a week or so before.
Okay, I believe, does it sound right to you that I think you told the police that it was on the Thursday prior to the interview?
Whatever the Thursday was after Valentine's Day.
Okay, so probably February 22nd. That was the Thursday prior to your interview.
Okay.
And then when you were at the shop, you primarily saw this child while she was inside a truck, right?
I didn't know it was a child in the truck until she kept getting out.
Okay, but when you saw her, she was in a truck?
I saw her getting out the truck, yes.
And were you inside your vehicle?
Yes.
You arrived in the daylight, right?
Yes,
And that's, I think, what you're referring to, right? Initially, that's when you didn't yet know somebody was in the truck.
can you say that again?
So at the beginning, when you first got there, right, you didn't know right away that somebody was in the truck.
No, I didn't.
I think you had said before, because it was so light outside, it was a bit difficult to see into the truck.
I wasn't really paying attention to his truck. He was outside of it.
Sure. And then in your police interview, you referred to then seeing a light in the truck, and that's when you started to see somebody?
Yeah, that's when the door opened.
Okay, so there's a light turned on, and at the same time a door opened?
That's the reason the light was on.
Okay, because the truck door was open. Yes?
Sure.
And you said that you saw a couple different times her go back and forth to the gas station?
Yes,
And only one of those different times you were on your way to the gas station as well.
yes,
But for that whole time, she remained in front of you?
when I was going into the gas station, she was in front of me. When I walked into the gas station, she went to the left, I went straight, and over to the right.
For that walk over to the gas station, was it getting dark at that point?
It was already dark.
Okay. And while she was in the truck, you were not sure exactly which part of the truck this was?
I can't remember, no.
Okay. So you understood initially that when you arrived, you'd probably have to wait at the shop sometime?
Yes,
I think you referred to just one other car he worked on first. Is that all there was before you?
it was actually another vehicle out there, but I don't pay my brother to work on my car, so I had to wait until he was done making his money. So I waited.
Sure. So do you know how many cars he worked on before he got to you?
I don't remember.
Okay. Do you know if there were any other customers present in person?
I did see someone, I can't remember what kind of car it was in, but it was, I believe, a gentleman, that needed to pull into the garage because Jarvis asked me to move my car out the way because I was blocking the garage, so yes.
Was this someone you recognized at all?
No,
So in total, other than Jarvis, or who you referred to as King, was there anyone present that you recognized that day?
no, just King and my brother.
So as you said, the sun set while you were there. Do you know about how long it was light out before it got dark?
Well, I got there about 4 o'clock. It didn't take long for it to get dark. I don't remember the exact time, but it got dark pretty fast.
Okay, and then other than when you went to the gas station, were you always at the shop?
What do you mean?
So did you go anywhere else?
No, I never left. All I did was move my car when he asked me to move my car. And once the driveway was clear, I back where I was. I didn't go anywhere else.
Okay. And when you were present, not going to the gas station, were you always inside your vehicle?
Yes,
Were your doors open or closed?
closed.
Okay, and were your windows up or down?
They were up unless I asked him something.
Okay, so sometimes if you needed to communicate, you just open the window.
Or I would call him, yeah. Yes.
And you were saying today that at one point you did speak to Jarvis about who this girl was.
Yes.
And when you were talking to the police about this, you had said that you weren't sure exactly what his response was.
What I said was I wasn't sure of the wording.
Sure, that's what I mean. That
Okay.
You told the police, right, that it might have been King's niece, or maybe he said it's my homeboy's niece?
He said it was his partner or King's niece, but he definitely said it was someone else's niece.
Okay.
This lady trying to confuse everything up.
The term homeboy's niece with the police?
I probably did.
Okay.
It's all the same to me.
And then that's what you continued to think at first, right? At first, you just believed that it was someone else's niece.
Yeah,
Specifically, you thought it was probably King's niece,
that's what I was told.
which I think as we established, right, King is the same person as Cordell, right?
Yes.
And then after that, you would listen to some of these podcasts and to the news.
I listened to his kid's mother, and then I watched the podcast.
Okay, so those are some things that happened. Both.
Yes.
And then once you started to have this different information you were gathering, then you kind of started to look into it for yourself.
Yes.
Do some of your own investigation.
Yes.
And then at one point following that, that's when you decided to go back to the shop
Yes.
to speak to Cordell
Yes.
and to discuss some of these things you've been learning with him.
Yes.
You and Jarvis are not particularly close.
I wouldn't say that we're really distant. I don't see him every day. I don't talk to him every day, but he's my brother.
Okay. He's your brother, but you don't have a very close relationship, or?
She take a deep breath every time.
What about with his children? Are you close with his children?
Some of the ones that I know.
So he has 13 kids, right?
I have no idea.
Do you have an idea of around how many kids he has?
A lot.
Okay. Do some of them live with different mothers?
Yes.
And you don't spend time with all of them?
No.
So which ones do you know?
I don't want to say their names. They're minors.
Okay.
And I don't want to disclose their identity.
Could you just give like a number instead? How many do you know?
I'm counting. About 8.
So when you say 8 that you know, does that mean 8 that you have like personal contact with?
I have.
Okay. When is the last time that you've seen any of them?
See, right now it's about pride. Now she's like a bad auntie.
2 months ago.
Were you and Jarvis raised by your grandmother?
For the most part.
And were there some events surrounding her death that related to your relationship with Jarvis that impacted some things?
No.
Okay, I have no further questions. Thank you.
Can you redirect?
Yes.
Wait. Pause. We have to pause it right there. Hold on.
But you said that there was kind of
Oh my
there's
God.
another reason. There's a different reason that you thought that it was Neziah that you had saw that day.
I'll wait.
When you were starting to compile, or when you talked to Shannon Harris, and then you got the podcast. Before that, you said there was other reasons why you had thought that was Neziah.
So, am I?
Yes.
can I
What?
speak for-
What is
okay,
that? Yes.
So, at the time, I didn't know. Once I realized that it was a possibility that I saw her, there were several reasons that led me to believe that it was a possibility I was there. And I didn't want to get into detail as far as what I knew before the podcast. But if you would like, I would explain to you why I thought these things.
Your Honor,
It's up to you.
can we approach?
Yes. We'll be right back. Go in the hallway.
At this moment in time, we have officially entered through Lit Lane jury box mode. Okay. So while they're on the break, it is a great time to introduce ourselves. I am the channel holder, Demetra Lit All Day, a content creator. This is a new channel over here, relaunch channel. And this is our first, we just started the trial watches officially over here, January 2025. Okay, this is our actual first trial watch where we're covering a current in right now happening real-time case or trial. We have covered many trials. We've covered but we normally go a little bit slower. We normally know a little bit more information, but that's neither here or there. Let me, while they're doing this, oh, she's breaking down. She's breaking down. One thing I must say about the Lit Lane jury box in this chat, in this particular genre, we are not your typical trial watch chat. We get together, we watch this, and we are outspoken. We don't act like we lawyers. We don't think we know everything about every piece of law. We are a bunch of folks that get together and just give our own for real opinions, our thoughts, and just really sometimes we will let them have it, okay? Yeah, he won't look up. He 42, he look young. So be prepared. Be prepared. VA Sagittarius, I hope you keep joining us, Annie, I hope you continue to join us here. Unbothered, I hope you continue to join us. We will be covering this trial. This is the first part. We're covering this is actually the preliminary hearing. Right, we agree to disagree. But yeah, so another thing is for you Little Lane jury box who've been watching, of course, with the nighttime trial, we're covering the Burn Paul trial. The good news is the really good news about that is that we decided already that was going to be a best of, right? So with that being a best of trial, we gonna do the juicy parts, right? We're gonna do the adult children. We're gonna listen to Rusty. I'm talking about a different trial. We're gonna listen to Rusty, the lover who turned on Melody. Okay, because we already know the verdict, right? We already know the sentencing. So we're gonna finish those testimonies and get that out the way, because we're gonna have our hands full with this particular trial. And like I was stating, and you guys are aware, I've already been deep diving and researching the Jamaria Sessions trial out of Florida, where the lady sicked her 100-pound Rottweiler on a 9-year-old Jamaria Sessions, and she was unalive. So we're gonna be busy, okay? We're gonna be real busy. Let's get back to this. Thank you for joining. I'll be looking for you, Virginia. VA. I'm talking about Virginia. And sometimes some of us say guilty before the case starts.
Okay, we are back on the record. Ms. Butts, you are still under oath. Ms. Ripley, go right ahead.
Thank you. So, Ms. Butts, what's the sources of these reasons that you have? Are these things that you know from your personal knowledge? Are these things that you observe yourself?
I'm sorry.
That's okay. So these reasons that you were thinking of, what are the sources of them? Is it somebody told you something? Is it something that you saw yourself, you observed, or a coupling of that?
I would say a bit of both. things that I was told and things that I heard.
Okay. Were there heard from Jarvis?
No,
Okay. Were these things that you had already known prior
prior to,
to thinking that that was Messiah that you saw?
I'm sorry, I'm confused on the question.
So are these things the sources that you
Baby, she having a hard time.
Are they like things that you have personal knowledge of, or are they things that somebody told you about?
No worries, living.
These were things that I was told. I'm trying to understand the question that you're asking me.
Ms. Ripley, you're referring to the question before we went into sidebar about her leading up to believing that it was possibly Messiah Harris at the shop, correct?
Yes.
Does that help clarify
Okay.
the line of questioning?
Yes.
Okay, so those reasons, those things, are those things that you had known before? Are they based on your observations, or?
Well, these were things that I was told. And after asking the questions that I needed to ask, I came up with the conclusion that it was a possibility that Naziah was the little girl that I saw that day.
Okay, thank you. You said that when you were
Oh, good. We got some new jury members, y'all.
Yeah.
Let's welcome Unbothered
that darkness, is that
and VA
the reason
Sagittarius,
why the color on the
Lane
jacket stood
Jury.
out?
Well, the jacket didn't stand out until I was walking into the gas station behind her because I wasn't really like paying attention to what she had on. I just kept seeing her get in and out of the truck, going in the gas station and coming back to the truck. And that's what caught my attention.
Okay, so the movement is what attracted you to it at first.
Yes.
Okay.
Oh, y'all so sweet. Oh.
Okay, Mr. Bessie, you're done testifying. Watch your step coming out of the witness box, okay?
Oh, y'all so sweet.
Okay, one last witness for today, correct?
Yes. At this time, people would call Latricia Johnson.
Okay, good. We got to the last witness. We'll watch the last witness from day 1. When we come back tomorrow, reconvene. We'll be for day 2. Okay. So let me see who this next witness is supposed to be. And so while they're not talking again, official welcome to you guys. You guys have now become Lit Lane jury members. The Lit Lane jury box. Oh, she little bitty. Who is this lady? Order in the court. Okay. Last witness of this trial, live.
Raise your right hand, please.
Do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? You do. Okay. Watch your step.
Speak into this mic. Pick it up and hold it in your lap if you like.
Whenever you're ready, Ms. Ripley.
Thank you, Judge. Good afternoon. Could you please state your name for the record?
Latricia Johnson,
And how old are you?
31.
And I don't want to know your exact address, but what street do you live on?
Outer Drive in Belfort.
She go ahead and talk up.
And what kind of vehicle did you drive back in January of 2024?
A blue Nissan Sentra.
Okay. And do you recall being interviewed by Detroit police back on August 30th of 2024?
Yes.
Okay. And fair to say that was in relation to a Jarvis Butts?
Yes.
Okay. Do you know a Jarvis Butts?
Yes.
Okay. And how is it that you know Jarvis Butts?
He's my
daughter's father.
Okay, and do you see Mr. Butts in the courtroom today?
Yes,
And can you point to him and tell me the color of the clothing that he's wearing?
he's right there and he's wearing green.
And you're with the record reflect the witnesses identified the defendant?
So reflective.
Thank you. And you said that he's your daughter's father.
Yes,
How old is your daughter?
she just turned 2.
And when did you meet Jarvis Butts?
2019.
And how was it that you met him?
I had a flat tire and I went to his auto shop on Warren and Cashew. Enough.
Now, you said you have one daughter with Mr. Butts. Do you have any other children?
Yes,
Okay, cool. What other children do you have?
I have a son.
Okay, and how old is he?
He's 7.
And that is not a child by Mr.
No.
Butts. Okay. Now, do you recall, we'll take you back to February 15th, 2024. Do you remember that day?
Yes.
Okay. And what happened that day?
Police came to my home, asked me if I know Jarvis and have I seen Naziah
Okay.
before.
All right. And did you, I guess, did they do anything at your house when you were there?
They searched my house.
Did they ever search, on that day, did they search your vehicle?
No,
Okay.
they just looked in there. They didn't do it for, I don't know if that was what you call a search of them looking inside.
Was there ever a time that you allowed Jarvis to use your vehicle?
Yes, one time.
Okay. And which,
2 times.
2 times? Okay.
Ms.
And
Johnson, can you speak up just a little bit louder?
2 times.
Thank you.
in which vehicle was that?
The blue Nissan Sentra.
Okay. And I showed you a PowerPoint before of 197 photos of a Nissan Sentra. Do you recall seeing those photos?
Thank you for joining the membership, VA Sagittarius. Thank you so much. We appreciate that.
Yes.
Ms.
And,
Ripley, can you hold off one moment for the court reporter?
oh, sorry.
Now, this lady is just another one of his baby mamas, okay? And according to the news article, she finna testify that Jarvis borrowed her car.
Yes.
By becoming a member, you help support this content. Thanks.
Me showing you the photos of a Nissan Sentra before.
Yes.
Okay. And in showing you those photos, did those fairly and accurately depict how your Nissan Sentra looked back on August 30th, 2024?
Yes.
Okay. Now, well, first I'll move for the admission of People's Proposed Exhibit 11, the PowerPoint of the Nissan Sentra.
Any objection?
No objection.
It'll be admitted as People's Exhibit 11?
Thank you, Judge. May I publish?
Yes.
Now, when you let Jarvis Butts borrow your vehicle, did it look? Oops, sorry. Did it look how it was photoed?
The back was messed up, but the front was good.
Okay.
It was fixed.
So back in January of 2024, your car still had the front end?
Yes.
Okay. Is that the only difference in how it looked
On
from?
the photo, yes.
Okay. So that's the only difference in how it looked from January of 2024?
Yes.
Okay. When is it that Mr. Butts borrowed your vehicle?
January 9th.
Is that the first time?
Yes.
Okay. And you said there was a second time?
Yes.
When was that?
I think it was either the day, next day, or the day after that day. I don't remember.
Okay. The first time, let's talk about the first time. How did it come about that he borrowed your car?
He called and asked if he can use my car to do something with his son.
Okay. And when is it that how did he get your car?
I didn't get home till about 9 o'clock, and he came to my house. To pick
Okay.
my car up.
Is that 9 a.m. or 9 p.m.?
9 p.m.
9 p.m.? Okay. And you said he came to your house and picked it up?
Yes.
Okay. To your knowledge, did Mr. Butts say how long he was going to borrow your car for?
No,
Okay. Did you have a reason, a time where you expected it back?
at least 2 hours.
Okay. When did Mr. Butts return with your car?
The next morning.
Was this normal, abnormal?
No, not normal.
Not normal? Okay. And did Mr. Butts say what he was doing when he had your car?
No.
Okay. Did you notice anything different about or in your car after his use that first time?
No.
Okay. Did you notice anything in the back seat that was different?
There was a pair of glasses that was left that my son was playing with at the time.
Okay. And I'm going to show you. In People's Exhibit 11, photo 37.
I wonder why he bought her car when he had a
Where
vehicle.
would your son be sitting?
On the passenger side.
Okay.
Very
On the
interesting.
back seat.
So you can kind of see it better in photo 41. He would sit behind the passenger seat.
Yes.
Okay. What describe the glasses that he was playing with?
I believe they were clear around the frame part. I don't know what the ends look like, but I do remember they were clear around the frames.
Okay. And I want to show you what's already been introduced as People's Exhibit 12.
Yes.
Is there anything in People's Exhibit 12 that you recognize?
The glasses.
Okay. What? How is it that you recognize those glasses?
They were clear just like that. The one my son was playing with.
Okay. Now, you said your son was playing with them in the back seat. How did you get them from your son?
I told him to give them to me because I didn't know whose glasses they were.
Okay. How is it that you go to ask or come to ask Jarvis about
With them when I was with Jarvis at his shop.
and I guess
The next day, I went to the shop, and my son, picking my son up from school, Jarvis was see his daughter, and my son was playing in the back with the glasses.
okay. From when Jarvis had borrowed your car and returned it to you picking up your son from school, had anybody else borrowed your car?
No.
Okay. So you're at the shop. You see your son playing with the glasses. You take them from him.
Mm-hmm.
Is that a yes?
Yes, I'm sorry.
Okay. Now tell me what does Jarvis do?
He snatched them from me and said those were his son's glasses.
Okay. And do you think anything of this at the time?
No, I just thought that was his sunglasses because he said he was taking his son somewhere in the car.
All right. Now the second time that Jarvis asked to use your car, you said that was either the day after or the next day.
Yes.
Okay. Tell me about how
that comes to happen?
Well, he comes to my house when he get off work. He comes by, see, get my car, said he needs to use it again for his son. I said, okay. And he said he wasn't gonna be gone for that long like he was the time before. I said, okay. He was only gone for like 2 hours, 2 to 3 hours.
Okay. And are those the only 2 times that he ever used your car?
Yes, I believe so.
Okay. Were there times that he would be in your car with you?
Yes.
That you would take in places?
Yes.
Okay. Have you had any contact with Jarvis since he turned himself in on February 7th of 2024?
Yes.
Okay. And what was that through?
Phone calls, get out, text, app.
Okay.
Ms.
And
Johnson, you need to pull that microphone off the ledge. Yeah, that way I can hear you.
Okay.
Thank you.
do you recall a phone call in which Jarvis asked you some things about your vehicle?
Yes.
Okay. And you've heard that call before?
Yes.
Okay, and was that call that I played for you, is that a fair and accurate depiction of the call that you had with
Yes.
Jarvis and him asking you about the car?
Yes.
No, I'd move for the admission of people's proposed exhibit 13.
Any objection?
No objection.
And
Okay.
Joanna, may I publish?
Yeah, it'll be admitted as People's Exhibit 13 and you can publish. Can I also see Exhibit 12 when you get a moment?
Yes, Judge.
Mayor.
Yes.
Okay, while they're doing that, it's really kind of amazing, right? We already know his depravity,
And
but to involve
Jarvis'
other
phone
people,
call
to
was
use this
10 minutes and
woman's
40
car,
seconds long.
getting her caught up in this.
You didn't get what she said?
Wayne County Jail. This call is subject to recording and monitoring. The inmate has requested that you pay for this call. If you don't wish to call,
Oh, a jail call. Wade County Jail.
thank you for using Tony. Yeah.
Anyway, I got one more for you to do. 313-207-2195.
Hello.
Hello? 207. 219.
217.
Huh?
217.
0.
Hello.
Hello?
Hello.
Yeah, can you hear me?
Yeah.
Alright. What the fuck going on, man? But yeah, they done did everybody shit.
You said what?
I don't know what the fuck going on, but they done did everybody shit.
Everybody shit. You on everybody house? They come to my shit? I don't even think they know of me.
But I need you to
anything that I had, anything that I touched. That's for yourself, man. Anything about me, man. That's for your goddamn self. You feel me?
Yeah.
Huh?
Clearly.
Yeah, so just say go to my house.
Go to my
Yeah. Go to my house, man.
Fine. How are you calling me?
My house, I'm doing something I ain't supposed to be doing. Go to my house, I'm sorry.
Huh?
Go to my house, get my car.
Get her car?
You gotta go home, use her car.
Okay. So don't use my car though.
I don't know what's going on, bro. They're taking everything out, bro. Use your mama car. You can drive around, man. Trying to put yourself with your mama car, man. Your brother carries somebody's car. This shit is beyond.
Okay.
Okay, so I'm listening like super duper hard, right? So it sounds like he trying to warn her that they finna come and get that car and be asking her questions, right? So he was saying, man, if they getting everybody a car, and she talking about my shit too. He said, yeah, they getting everybody. Then he said it seemed like they messing with everybody who know me or anybody I might have had. And then he tells her so she need to drive somebody else's car. And and then he use her mama car or her brother car. So it sounds like pretty much he already trying to me, it sounds like he trying to sound like he innocent. It sounds like he trying to get her on his side. And it's almost like the saber, tell me how to get rid of stuff for you without saying it, right? So yeah. So just in case, that's what I understand so far to be going on. He telling her don't use her car, go to his mama house and use her car. Right, exactly. And so Renee say, I think it was Renee say, why is she even answering this call from jail? I guess to be nosy, to see if he got some type of explanation, to see, like at this moment, you kind of want to know. I kind of can see answering the phone call because I'll be like, dang, I wonder what he gonna say. I wonder what he got to say about himself. What the heck, you know what I'm saying? Because this happened as soon as right early on. I went to say, yeah, he and Cole telling her to clean shit up because they're going to be asking questions and taking samples. Right, exactly. And just by the way, for you, Annie, and you guys, when I had watched the part I watched last night, when they walked him out the court, he was literally limping. Okay, so he might be catching a hard time in jail already. Okay, because he looked a little bit worse to wear when I saw it, which we'll see that tomorrow. They don't play in Michigan jails. Let's get back to this testimony. And thank y'all for watching and joining us.
I don't know what this stuff, man. Clean them motherfuckers up, so I don't know.
My car?
Yeah, they got my phone, they got my purse, they got their cars, they got their guns, I don't know what the fuck they do, bro. Yeah, but what the fuck did that got shit to do with me is what I'm saying. got shit to do with me, man, and I'm not understanding what the fuck is going on, you feel me? I'll call you later, man. Like, I don't know what's the hell up here around this shit, though. This shit's starting to piss me off.
Okay. Look.
I'll get in touch with you later, man.
Okay.
All right.
Now, I don't know if you guys recognize what I recognize right now, but to me, he sounds real frustrated because she not going, right? So let's not jump too fast to say, oh, she weak for him or all she gonna do for him or whatever. She turned in them glasses. She told him about them glasses and stuff like that, and she is there testifying. Right? And she not feeding, to listen to her talk, it doesn't sound like she's feeding into it. Right? She not saying, man, it's messed up. I know better than none of that kind of stuff. It sounds like she not really going. And that's, to me, I really can tell, I really believe that how he was just sounding with her, man, let me get off the goddamn phone. I gotta wrap my head around this. It's because he's not getting the response and the empathy, right, from her that he may have expected or that he was trying for or that he was trying to garner. Because they have recorded evidence. She did not have a choice, Tweety. Oh, okay. She on the east side. She knows people will show up. Child. All right, let's see. Let's see. It's like being in a rock and a hard place. You know what I'm saying?
Hello? Hello? Hello?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, she not going.
You got your job, your regular job? Mm-hmm. Yeah. My regular job, 6:45. I'll call you about 7:30. All right. I love you.
Now, what did you think when Jarvis told you those things?
I didn't know what to think when he told me those things.
Okay. What did you do in response to receiving this call, if anything?
Nothing.
Okay. Did you clean anything up?
No.
Did you wipe anything down?
No.
Okay. And that would be in your house?
Yes, house, car, everything.
Okay.
Didn't touch it, nothing.
All right. So, just to clarify a little bit, Jarvis borrowed your car on the 9th.
Yes.
Brought it back the 10th in the morning.
Yes. Yeah.
About 6 a.m. or so, or in the morning?
In the morning, about 8:30, 8 o'clock.
8:30.
I was taking my son to school.
Okay. And did he borrow it later that day again or the next day?
I can't remember. It was later that day or the next day. I just know he did it again.
Okay. I think they're just.
Good afternoon. And you indicated that you knew Mr. Butts since 2019.
Yes.
Correct. You met him at the shop, correct?
Yes.
At his shop.
Yes.
Would you describe your relationship with him as a
Whole.
I'm sorry?
He said as a whole, we do.
would you describe it as a physical relationship or was it a real relationship?
It was a physical relationship.
Okay, so you knew Mr. Butts was seeing other people, correct?
Yes.
All right, so that's not a surprise to you,
No.
correct?
The fact that he lied to me, that's a surprise.
Okay. So he would tell you he was coming over and you wouldn't know where he was coming from, correct?
Yes.
That's nothing new.
That's nothing.
Okay. Do you know, besides your daughter with Mr. Butts, do you know Mr. Butts' other children?
I met quite a few of them.
Okay. Have you met any of the?
Not quite a few of them.
About two in the beginning of the relationship we had. He introduced about 2 or 3 of their mothers.
Okay. And have you had any issues with
2 or 3 of his baby mothers.
So you know Mr. Butts works as a mechanic, correct?
Yes.
And have you ever seen him wearing safety glasses in the shop?
Yes.
Okay. Safety glasses are clear, aren't they?
They're not those.
They're not.
They're not the kinds that I've seen. No.
Okay. So he borrowed your car on the night, correct?
Yes.
And you said he came over around 9 p.m.
Yes.
All right. When he came over 9 p.m., was there anything out of the ordinary that you noticed?
No.
Okay. Did you have a conversation with him that day?
We swapped out cars. We had a quick swap out cars, and he was gone.
And there was no other conversation that day? You didn't notice anything about his appearance? You didn't notice anything about his demeanor?
No.
Okay. And you say he came back the next day?
Yes.
All right.
The next morning.
Could he have dropped your car off later that night? I mean, earlier that night?
No, he did not.
He didn't drop it off at, say, 2 or 3 o'clock in the morning?
No, he did not.
Okay. And you said that your son, and forgive me, I'm not trying to be disrespectful, but there was a lot of things.
Okay, order in the court. Order in the court. Y'all getting out of control. But look, he asked her a question and tried to make it like he tried to compare the glasses that was found in her car to some work safety glasses. And that's why this lady got an attitude like, no, that's not what the glasses that I found in my car. Now look at now I'm not saying this the glasses she found in the car. You know what I'm saying? We haven't heard it, got no DNA testing. But look at Zanaya glasses. Clear glasses, clear frame glasses. So look at her glasses. And the lawyer, the reason why I said he just really tried it, right? By the way, Jinx, Tweety, we was actually typing at the same time. I said he really tried it about them glasses being possibly some safety glasses, some work safety glasses. Okay. Now I try not to cut in too much, so let's get back into it. I'm gonna be quiet, but I had to point that out and make the correlation between these glasses. Let's get back into it.
In this car. Mm-hmm. Is that the condition the car always was in?
I mean, my son has his toys. There's always stuff in there, yes.
Okay.
But it's only my kids' stuff that be in my car because me and my kids are the only people that really be in my car, or my mother.
Okay. And your testimony is Jarvis, but prior to the night, had never been in this car before?
Oh, no, he's been in my car.
Okay.
He's been in my car. I take him places.
Okay. So your son finds the glasses, yes. Correct? And you say he finds the glasses, this would be on the 10th? He finds the glasses?
Yes, either the next day or whenever
I don't remember what day, but I know the next day, it was the next day we went over, yes, it was.
So you're not sure what day the glasses were
I'm
found?
not sure what day the glasses was found because I went to his job twice
Okay,
after that. So I don't know which day, I don't know if it was the 10th or the 11th,
so it could have been either day,
yes.
all right?
But
And
it was in my car,
so your son was playing with these glasses.
yes.
There was nothing remarkable about these glasses, correct?
They were just clear glasses.
And so you couldn't identify the glasses and say, hey, these glasses were smaller than a normal pair of glasses. These must be a pair of kids' glasses, right? You couldn't say that,
He
correct?
said they were his son glasses. So, is he saying as his son, that would mean it was a kid glasses, right?
Okay. So he said they were his son's glasses?
Yes.
They testy out there in Michigan, huh? They not feeling none of this. Oh, I need a mask now.
Take your time. You sure? I gotta haul you on one right quick.
Oh, okay, I got you.
Child, one of the attorneys choking to death sound like me over there. He's like, he mad because she coughing. I need order.
All right. So you said your son was playing with the glasses, correct? And you took the glasses from your son, correct?
Yes.
And what did you do with them once you took them?
He was playing with me when I was up there with Jarvis. When I took them from him and said, "Do not your glasses," Jarvis took them from my hand.
Okay. So you didn't examine these glasses, correct?
I looked at him on his face when he was playing with them on his face.
Okay.
So how can I not examine these glasses when I'm looking at my son with these glasses on his face?
You didn't study these glasses, correct?
No, I didn't study these glasses,
Okay.
but they were clear and they were on my son's face.
So later on, you showed a picture of Naziah Harris, correct?
Yes.
And you saw her wearing clear glasses as well, correct?
Yes.
At the time you saw her with the glasses, did anyone tell you that she was missing?
Yes, they did.
Were
And they
you
showed me the picture.
were you aware that she was missing?
From the news.
Okay. And were you aware that Mr. Butts was a suspect?
No,
Okay.
not at the time until they came to my door.
Okay. So when you told them that these glasses, you saw glasses similar to this.
I didn't tell them then.
Okay.
I didn't know about that until after.
All right.
It took me a minute to think about the glasses
So you came back and told them later.
when they came to my house.
Okay. That you saw a pair of glasses in your car.
Yes.
And the best you can say is that these glasses may be similar, correct?
Maybe was similar.
Right.
Yes.
You cannot testify that these are the exact same glasses, correct?
No, I cannot testify those are the exact same glasses.
Can you tell whether the glasses had prescription lenses in them?
I didn't put them on my face, sir, so how do I know?
Did your son say anything about that?
No, how would he know? He said he was, what, 6, 7, 5 at the time. So how would he know what prescription glasses are?
You wearing prescription glasses, right?
Yes.
If you take them off, you see differently, correct?
Yes, but I did not put the glasses on.
Yeah.
So how will I know they were prescription glasses if I didn't wear them?
My question
My son
was-
wore the glasses, so how am I supposed to know? I don't have his eyes.
my question was, did your son say anything about the
No,
glasses? He didn't
He was
say that.
playing with the glasses and I told him to take the glasses off because we didn't know who glasses they were.
How old
I
is the
didn't know if
son?
they were prescription, so I told him to take them off. When he take them off, he handed to me. Oh, Jarvis said, "Oh, those are my sunglasses," and he snatches it from my hand.
Okay, and what did Jarvis do with the glasses?
I don't know. He went towards his car.
Okay. You didn't think anything else of the glasses, did you?
No,
Okay.
all he said was those were his sunglasses at the time.
You're employed?
Yes.
All right. And your Nissan, was that your primary mode of transportation?
No.
That was a secondary car?
Yes.
Okay.
Y'all done gave me some some answers here.
I don't drive my car.
Let's go with no older than 7 to be sure, okay?
So is Nissan your car?
Yes, it's my car.
Okay. And Mr. Butts called you and told you to drive someone else's car?
Yep.
All right. Just one moment. So when he told you that, you didn't do anything, right?
No.
You didn't think anything of it,
No.
correct? You didn't clean out this car, correct?
No.
So anything of Mr. Butts would still be in this car, correct?
Yes.
Thank you. I have no further questions.
Any redirect?
Yes, Judge. Ms. Johnson, you were asked about knowing that Mr. Butts was seeing other women,
Yes.
but you said he lied about things.
Yes.
What did he lied about?
About how many women, if he was still dealing with the women,
Okay.
everything, pretty much.
Okay, so you didn't, fair to say you wouldn't know how many women were out there?
Yes.
Okay, and did you know that he would be dealing with women at the same time as he was dealing with you?
Indiana,
Yes.
I'm going to object at this point. I'm not sure what the relevance of that is as to this. How many women he's dealing with?
It goes
You have a
to,
response?
yeah, it goes to whether or not he would be like whether he's secretive about things, whether he would know about.
He's very.
1 second, Ms. Johnson.
Yeah.
It's okay, 1 second.
That was really that was really the extent of the
It
question.
was asking across how
Yeah.
many women he slept with
Yeah,
and whether she knew.
wanted to get, that was really the extent of the question.
Okay, we'll just ask the question again.
Yeah, just, was he a secretive person to you?
Yes, he's very secretive.
Okay, and when he told you a reason why he wanted to use your car, did you have any reasons to think that that might not be true?
I honestly thought it was for his son. So, whenever he says anything about his kids, I believe him when it comes to his kids. I thought he was a great father to his kids. That's what he put on to me, but
Okay, so that's what he led you to believe?
yeah.
Okay, nothing further, Judge.
Yeah, and I actually got a couple of follow-up questions.
Go ahead.
Now, you said that he was secretive, correct?
Yes.
And that's when it came to women, correct?
Yes.
That bothered you, correct?
I mean, it would bother anyone when a man is supposed to be telling you the truth and he being really secretive about everything. And you being honest with them.
So you were upset about that?
Honesty.
So you were upset about that, correct?
About him being with other women, cheating? Not really, because I was doing it too. How about that?
You all gotta be quiet.
Not how about that, girl?
Any last questions? Please? Okay, you're done, Ms. Johnson. Okay, is that the last witness for today?
Yes, Judge.
Okay, anything else that needs to go on the record before we?
Wait.
Okay, you're off the record. Right here at 10 o'clock tomorrow morning.
Wait. Oh my God. I'm glad we had to, I'm kind of glad that it ended like that on a little light right then. Cause baby, that was oh my God. You know, that was a little ghetto, just the way we likes it, okay? This is the Lit Lane Jury Box, right? This channel will be changing names again. It's gonna be probably I think I got the handle. Like you can put at, I think I put the ad, I changed the ad to at Trial Watch. I think it's Trial Watch Lane. So I'm probably gonna change the name of it to match my brand. But anywho, this reminds me, little dash of ghetto, right? This reminds me of a case. Y'all got to remember, we've been doing trial watches unofficially for some time. Okay? Because y'all cannot remember, y'all can't forget about the Judge Boyd case. That was the best witnesses ever. That San Antonio case with the shooting, and they had, what was his name? We was calling them Ray and them. When they had to come testify, and that guy was like, oh man, do I have to do this? Y'all remember? And with Pookie and them, that's what we was calling them. And then we watched another trial maybe years so ago with the shooting. It was somewhere up East Coast too, and they was tripping. So this is good. Let's play that little part. Oh, I'm gonna get a clip of that part and talk about how about that.
Go ahead.
Now, you said that he was secretive, correct?
Yes.
And that's when it came to women, correct?
Yes.
That bothered you,
Uh-oh.
correct?
I mean, it would bother anyone when a man is supposed to be telling you the truth and they being really secretive about everything. When you being honest with them.
So you were upset about that?
Honestly.
So you were upset about that, correct?
About him being with other women, cheating? Not really, because I was doing it too. How about that?
You all gotta be quiet.
They started laughing in the courthouse. That's why the judge say y'all gotta be quiet. And then the judge was like, okay, that's enough for today. Anything else? Yeah, we didn't watch some good little trials, so I'm gonna make sure I get some good clips and everything. But this is the last witness for the day, you guys. How about that? Okay. And I can tell that we are fully engaged. We are investing. How about that? We are investing into this trial, this preliminary hearing. This is not the trial, it's the preliminary hearing. And thank you, Living, for Googling and finding out that the purpose of the preliminary hearing is to see if there's enough evidence or what have you to take it to trial. So we are catching this very early on. I do believe this is our first time doing the pre-trial watches. Okay, so that's good. We're getting some good practice right off the start of the year. I am absolutely excited about the way this is going and doing this with you guys. Thank you for all of my Lit Lane Jury Box, to all my Lit Lane bailiffs. I am Judge D Lit. Okay, and welcome to our new Lit Lane jurors. Okay, we got Unbothered for real. We got Annie just started coming through. We got VA, a Texas chick from she's from Virginia, but down here in Texas with me. Okay, so it's exciting. So meet us here tomorrow at 11 a.m. Central Standard Time. Okay, the plan is to go from like 11 to 2. And if because of the daytime and everything, if I don't got nothing I gotta do, we can go a little bit later. And tonight we're gonna return back at 7 p.m. Central Standard Time for the best of trial watch, where we watch trials that's already ended and we just get the juiciest, most salacious testimonies. So we're gonna be doing that tonight. And we're going to get busy with that trial so we can get it out the way so I can research this. So we're going to do the children and Rusty the lover. and then just the closing statements. Okay, that's how we're gonna do that and finish that up this week. Our nighttime trial we're gonna get that out the way this week. Oh, maybe not because today Wednesday. But anywho, either way it go. Okay. Thank you, Mother. Thank you. All right, so I am out of here, you guys. I gotta go do some stuff. I shall see some of you guys. I hope all y'all back here tonight. If not, definitely meet me here on tomorrow. Bye.
Thanks for watching. Do not forget click the subscribe button and hit the bell icon. Like, comment and share. See you next time.